Welcome to Workhorse Wrestling Network and our Ring of Honor Final Battle 2022 watch along. Right now, you get me, AL Dub, Solo Dolo, for a little bit. We're going to start with 0 Hour here. 4 matches on 0 Hour, all of which look good. Got my. Why is it black on my screen? No, that's not what I'm trying to watch. How y'all doing today? I know you have a lot of options for your watch along, so if you're here joining us, thanks for choosing Workhorse Wrestling Network. Um, and yeah, we'll be here for the duration of Final Battle, and then we're going to take a little break between 4 and 5, and we will be here for Deadline. I won't be here, but I believe CM and Slam and Sammy Joe will be here. At some point, Slam and Sammy Joe should be joining us. I'm hoping maybe we'll get a couple special guests also. So thanks for joining us. And yeah, sorry that you have to listen to me drone on alone. But again, thanks for choosing Workhorse Wrestling Network. If you're new here, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification so you can be notified of all the upcoming shows and content. Yeah, hit that like button, help the channel. And we're starting off Final Hour with 0 Hour with what call it? Aha! Here we go. My tag team partner, Slam and Sammy
I
Joe.
have the show going yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're just talking right now. We got CM in the chat here saying, "What's up? What's up, CM?" Hopefully, Mariah Carey Child will allow you to pop in for a little bit.
Okay, what is this on? Is this on BR?
Well, this is on YouTube. It might be on
YouTube.
BR, but 0 Hours on YouTube right now. And we're starting off with Masquerita Dorada is entering the ring right now, but I don't remember seeing him in the list of matches. So oh, yes, Jeff Cobb. I don't know how I missed that. It's Jeff Cobb versus Masquerita Dorada. So this should be a good match. I like Jeff Cobb.
All right, I got it up.
Got I'm a big Jeff Cobb fan.
Mm-hmm.
Big enough Jeff Cobb fan that I can't remember his name from Lucha Underground. I just remember I loved him. What the heck was his name? He
It's
wore
hard
a
to remember a
mask.
lot of those names.
He wore a mask. It wasn't man, I don't remember. It was a long time ago now. But that's where I was like, who's that dude in the mask? And then my buddy who's a wrestling fan was like, his name's Jeff Cobb and he's I was like, oh sweet. So I Googled him and then yeah. Big fan. Who do you think wins?
Drink. Jeff Cobb.
Yeah, I assume so too. Jeff Cobb is a big boy. Although I think he's kind of short. He looks like he might be kind of short, but he's definitely big.
Agreed.
I always tend to really like the bigger kind of like heavy set guys because
Well, I don't think he's short. I just think he's average height. He's probably like 5'8".
Yeah.
That's average height.
Being a
5'8", 5'9".
Being a big fat guy, I like to see other big heavy guys do shit that's like, damn, they can actually do that. Like
I'm 6'1", and I bumped my head on.
Yeah, yeah, I'm about 5'11 on a good day, probably closer to 5'10. But I tell everyone I'm 6 foot, so shut up. I tell everyone I'm not fat, I'm short. If I was 7 feet tall, I'd be perfect. Uh, oh, did you see that? At front suplex onto the ring apron?
Man,
Damn, that looked nasty. I was talking to my buddy this morning about this show, and he was saying that he was actually a little more excited for 0 Hour just because the matches are new matches that we haven't seen before, where a lot of the matches on the Final Battle main card are rematches.
hmm
No, I can appreciate that. I mean, I think there's some truth to that. At some point, we might get the Negro Buck Nick Jackson joining us. He said he might be
awesome.
come in 4 minutes, so we will see. I told Blue to come on, but we'll see. He prefers to be in the background, behind the scenes. Yes.
Cool.
Oh.
We both clicked it.
Go ahead. Uh, yes, please. Like, share, subscribe. Tune in every Tuesday night, 7:30 p.m. Pacific, 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time for the cookout, 7 p.m. on Fridays for our Rampage watch along, and Sundays at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time
You
for.
have a lot of energy.
Get the cat. Get the cat what do you want, Sammy?
What does he want?
I don't know. Anika's telling you, get the cat what do you want, Sammy? Sammy! She said it a second time. Oh! Over the top rope, tope, twisting, whatever the hell that was. Looked pretty cool.
Whoop. That click.
What do you think is going to be the better show? Final Battle or Deadline?
I'm assuming Final Battle, but I'm totally up for a surprise.
Yeah, I think as a general rule, I think our Final Battle is going to be better, but you never know. NXT has been better, and this looks like it could be a decent show. So
We're starting to see the improvements of Triple H taking over.
yeah, I think that's true. I mean, clearly it's not perfect, you know, as
No,
as it never
I
is.
mean
I
I
mean,
didn't expect it to be perfect.
no, and you know the reality is that it can't be right. Like you, no one's ever going to make everybody happy, so it doesn't
The
matter. I mean, you're fighting a losing battle. No matter what you do, someone's going to be upset with it. So
the closest we got was Black and Gold,
yeah, yeah, for the most
and
part, yeah.
even then it wasn't perfect, but
No, it wasn't
pretty damn
perfect,
close.
and it had a lot of detractors in general. I mean, just people that didn't like it for whatever reason, But yes, so it is what it is, and bookers are always going to take criticism, no matter who they are. None of them are great, as long as they're actually trying. That's all I really ask is that they try, that they care about what they're actually trying to book, and the wrestlers and the events and those kind of things. I mean,
I just don't know about Billy Corgan right now.
yeah, I don't either. I think Billy Corgan needs to get out of wrestling. I just don't think it's the right fit for him. I just or not be a booker or whatever. I mean, if you want to own a company, then that's fine. But you need to just get out of the way and let somebody that knows what they're doing actually do the booking. Especially if you're going to do something like carry the name like NWA, because right now he is dragging that through the mud, and it's sad.
I wish somebody would swoop in and buy it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I I kind of feel the same way for sure. Because I don't think Corgan can stay out of his own way. I mean, I don't think he can stop being involved. So I think the only way to do that is to actually
Honestly,
sell the
I would
company.
be really down for Freddie Prince Jr. buying NWA and naming his promotion NWA LA.
Yeah, we know you don't like him.
I doubt Freddie Prince Jr. is going to be watching this, but
If you are,
like,
Workhorse
I
suggests NWA LA. Yeah, no, I mean, I'd almost, yeah, I mean, I'd almost rather him just buy the NWA instead of starting a new promotion. But at
mhm.
the same time, then you have to deal with some of what Corgan deals with, which is kind of, I mean, to be fair, it's really bad at the moment, but no matter what you do, it's always going to be compared to what it was, right? Like, can you ever bring it back to being the NWA that it used to be? Probably not. I mean, you'd hope that maybe, but probably not. And as a result, you're always going to have that kind of comparison. So maybe you do want something new that doesn't have any kind of leg.
But I feel like with what Freddie Prinze Jr. said of the rooftop setting, it wouldn't feel too dissimilar from the NWA feel, and it would also sort of have a feel of like Lucha Underground did too.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, the thing I do like about NWA is the throwback feel. I like that studio show throwback 80s wrestling feel. That's what drove me to it when it first came back, and that's why I really liked it because you don't get that anywhere else. And being an old guy, that's the wrestling I grew up on. So I love that.
And if it's based in LA, you would imagine there would be quite a few characters.
Yeah, no doubt.
LA is also near to Mexico, and New Japan also has their dojo in LA. So there are opportunities of working with other promotions and getting some guys in.
Yeah, that's a nice move. Jeff Cobb's finisher is a nice move. I like Jeff Cobb. Like I said earlier, I think he could be a really, really big deal somewhere if he was pushed properly and booked properly. I mean, I think he likes being in New Japan for the most part, which
Hey,
is fine.
hey, bit
I
my
wonder
toe.
if you were a wrestler, Sammy, where would you be? What company would you go to? Oh, welcome in Double A. The World Cup quarterfinals between France after England. ALW, my rival. Yes, sir. Ash. I'm doing good. How are you? Hope all's well. He
I'd say
said,
New Japan.
yeah. I honestly, I think that's probably where I would go to. Um, Mostly because I'm one of those people that I think I've said it before on here. Sometimes I have a hard time with a lot of the comedy and stuff in wrestling, and I feel like New Japan has
Oh,
far
I'm
less of that than others. Like
I
they do it, but far less. Like they take their
well,
wrestling what feels like
I
much
thought
more
who would
serious.
I want to wrestle? And
Toriano,
yes,
yeah,
yes,
right? No, I see. I'd much rather wrestle Naito or Okada or
Osprey.
Osprey, Zack Saber Jr. I don't know. I feel like there's a kind of a reverence in Japan around wrestling that we don't have in America as far as
Mhm.
it being taken very serious kind of and I like that strong intense style. So I feel like a lot of times American wrestling is too corny, too over the top, too cheeseball, too soapish, which is funny because I like soap operas too. So oh, it
I
looks like
mean,
we're gonna
when Japan gets soap opera, it's It's usually pretty special because it doesn't happen very often.
Yeah. They're giving us. Are we gonna get Athena? Were they were supposed to be on the? I thought they were on the main card. Are we gonna get them on the 0 hour?
I mean, you'll still hear people say that the story of the Golden Lovers is the best story ever told in wrestling.
Yeah, yeah. And that was before I was really super aware of or watching NJPW. Honestly, like I know the story just because I know it now. I wasn't for it at the time that it was happening. So like, yeah, I would love to see it again because I didn't get to see it the first time. So bring Kota Ibushi to AEW and let's get it on because he's not doing anything in NJPW right now or in New Japan. I don't even know what he's doing. I don't think he's wrestling at all right now, right?
I mean, what what where would you slot him at in AEW? Like, would you have him in a tag team with Kenny?
Um, that's a tough question. That's a really good question. Um, yeah, I mean, I think in the beginning because the reality is that I still don't know how. I think every day it's becoming more and more popular, NJPW in the states, but I still don't know how many people truly watch it from over here. And so I don't know how many people are overly familiar with Kota Ibushi. So it seems to me that the best way to bring him in to acclimate him to the U.S. Wrestling fans would be to bring him in with Kenny as a tag team, and then maybe at some point either break them up and have them feud or whatever. I mean, keep them together forever. I don't care, but have them go on singles runs also separate. Obviously, I mean,
I prefer the idea of keeping them together forever.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I get a little tired of the
We
reality is
could get
wrestling just does the same tropes over and over and over and over again. And they always break up every tag team at some point. So yeah, I mean, they don't need to. It's not
at
necessary.
some point we could get a Young Bucks versus Golden Lovers again.
Yeah. See, I'd be all in for that. I'd be
Yeah,
all in for that. I mean, I've seen Kota Ibushi wrestle a lot, and he's an amazing wrestler. So I mean, I'd just be happy to see him wrestling again. Are we really going to get this match on the 0 hour? I thought this was supposed to be a main card match. Hmm, interesting. But I mean, I maybe it's not, but they're sure giving it a lot of fucking video package and stuff right now for. Oh nope, it looks like we're getting a Daddy Magic, the Shinobi Shadow Squad.
love Shinsuke Nakamura.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
Chaos was the number one faction in New Japan for the longest time.
yeah.
And then Shinsuke left and Okada took over and yeah,
I mean, I wonder. I mean, I don't. It doesn't. I'm sure he's been interviewed and asked a question, and it's probably out there for me to find it. But I wonder how Shinsuke feels about the difference between WWE and NJPW. I mean, I feel like in NJPW he was definitely a much bigger fish than he is when
yeah.
he first came over. He was, a big
But
deal, and then he's just kind of been relegated in a lot of ways to a lot of I don't know, just kind of mid card stuff. I mean,
I think that's
WWE,
fine with him because he's making more money.
sure,
He's working less hours. He has more time with his family, and he can also travel and surf.
yeah, yeah, and maybe I'm sure all that's probably true. So I mean, those are all the things that we never know about per se, unless they tell us, but all those things have value, right? So
I
when we're
believe
talking
he
about why
stated.
someone's doing this or doing that, I mean, all that stuff has to take into consideration.
I believe he stated that he plans to retire in his mid 40s, which that's
It's got to be
coming up
close.
pretty
Yeah, I
soon.
mean, it's got to be close.
Like I think he's early 40s now, so
Right. Not Ash says not a lot of people know about NGPW until Y2J appeared there and Kingdom 12 happened. Yeah, that's even before I started to know about it. But
uh for me it was because of Brock Lesnar and Kurt Angle.
honestly,
Brock
I'm trying to think why I even. It was during. I think I got interested, or I think I got first came into it during Lucha Underground when I was watching Lucha Underground and it was on TV. My buddy was like, "Oh, you can also see blah 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 blah," and then I started watching it, and yeah. So however long ago that was, and I don't remember. I think it was just my friend that was like, "You got to check this out." I have a wrestling buddy who's like the biggest wrestling fan I know in the world. He watches like every piece of wrestling on ever, and so he was like, "You got to watch New Japan," and I was like, "All right." So I started watching it, and yeah, I've been,
Oh, I was also a fan of Jushin Thunder Liger.
yes. I always liked Jushin, but I didn't watch him ever in Japan. I just when he was in America and on TV, like
I also remember going back and watching Eddie Guerrero matches that he had there. But that was later on. I don't think I watched those when those happened.
right. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like I don't know why. I mean, I wouldn't have imagined at the time. I didn't during Eddie Guerrero's time. I wasn't even aware that there was a New Japan Pro Wrestling. Like, obviously,
Mhm.
I don't assume that the only pro wrestling is going on in America. I just didn't know about it. Like, I was just totally unaware. I gotta say, seeing Daddy Magic and Cool Hand by themselves look good. Yeah, I like 2.0,
Mhm.
and I'm a big fan of Daddy Magic on the microphone. I think he's one of the
They had
better.
a nice little run in NXT too.
Yeah. Ash says I got introduced to Lucha Underground because it was on TV on a random Thursday. So I checked it out. That's where I got introduced to Killshot and Prince Puma. Yep. Yeah, no, I think Lucha Underground was a big introduction for a lot of people to a lot of those guys that you hadn't seen before. The Prince
Um,
Pumas, the Killshots.
so when I came back to wrestling, I think Lucha Underground was already done. Like it had just like ended.
Yeah.
And so I just went back and watched all the seasons from the beginning all in like the span of like a week.
Just binge watched it. Yeah.
I just binge watched it.
Yeah, I mean I miss Lucha Underground, honestly. It was definitely a different kind of show.
Hmm.
Yeah, I agree. I hate the JAS, so I wish they would just break up and you know, 2.0 or whatever they want to call themselves would be on their own and just do. I wouldn't mind seeing them competing for the world tag team titles. I mean, or for the tag team titles. I don't necessarily think they need to win it, but I'd be happy to see them competing. I mean, wrestling the Young Bucks and wrestling the Lucha Brothers and all those guys. I mean, they don't. I, I think it's a bit of a double-edged sword for the people in the JAS because I think that being associated with Jericho does something for you, and at the same time being associated with Jericho puts you ultimately behind him in the background to a certain extent. And so I don't know. I think it can be good and bad. But I'm definitely tired of the JAS. Cheeseburger. I like cheeseburger. I always like cheeseburger.
I think NXT Takeover New York was the first show I saw when I came back to watching wrestling.
What year
I
was that?
believe that 2019,
2019. How long did you not watch wrestling for?
probably like 5+ years.
Oh, really? A long time.
So I, yeah, played a lot of catch up.
No doubt. No doubt. I'll be right back.
Every American loves cheeseburger. I said it there. Yeah, I agree with that. We could use a few more words, just them and not having everybody else involved. The Broken Saga. Matt Hardy talking about Impact. I'm assuming.
Sorry about that. I had to use the bathroom real quick. What do you say? To be honest, the only reason that kept me being a wrestling fan was because of what culture during the Adam Bloom era wrestling when I discovered them during the Brooklyn. Oh yeah. You must be talking about Matt Hardy. Not a big fan of cheeseburger. CM will hopefully pop in at some point, and Anika's working, unfortunately. Yes, the guy that's I don't know if you're able to watch Zero Hour or not, but right now in the ring is the Shinobi Shadow Squad of Eli Isom and Cheeseburger. He is a black wrestler with blonde hair whose name is actually Cheeseburger. He might actually just go by Burger now. I don't know. He switched it up a couple times, so yep. Yeah, I love the Broken Brilliance of Matt Hardy. I know a lot of people didn't like it, and it was kind of polarizing. Either you did or you didn't. I loved it. I thought it was great. I was in for all of it. For Vanguard One, for the wife stuff, for Senior Benjamin, for all that stuff. I was in for all of it. Oh, I see. Okay, so they're just hyping up, which I guess makes sense. They're hyping up the main card matches in between the 0 hour matches, as opposed to actually hyping up the 0 hour matches before the 0 hour match, which would actually make sense. What is Cheeseburger Eddie? I don't know that I'm familiar with Cheeseburger Eddie. Do you know what that is, Sammy?
Hmm?
Back up here somewhere, Ash said.
Should I Google it?
Sure. Ash said he would go to AEW if he was a wrestler, making him the first Indian/Malaysian in AEW. Yeah. Well,
Oh,
that is true.
oh,
They were not. They
man, I
haven't
haven't seen
done
this movie in forever. Terry Crews,
which movie?
The Longest Yard.
Oh yeah, with Adam Sandler,
Yeah,
which is not in my opinion, but people get tired of hearing this shit. But it's not as good as the original. Like with Burt Reynolds, like the original with Burt Reynolds is better. But Burt Reynolds is a better actor than Adam Sandler, in my opinion. So, oh, here we go. Trisha Dora. Let's see. I gotta change the
Yeah, I
banner
like
here.
Terry Crews.
Yeah, I like Terry Crews a lot. I'm a big Terry Crews fan. I think he's fucking hysterical, and he's got he's diverse as an actor.
White
Like
chicks will never not make me laugh.
I think he's funny when he needs to be, and when he's had to be serious or more serious, he's definitely been able to do that too. He very well might be, but we still don't know who he is.
I know who he is.
Oh, Cheeseburger Eddie?
Yeah,
Who,
that
who's
Terry
Cheese?
Crews in The Longest Yard.
Oh. Okay, that's who. Okay, that's why you made that reference. Okay, now I get it. Okay. Yes. Sorry. That went over my head for a minute. Now I understand. Okay. Oh, making a surprise appearance. What's up,
Woot woot.
y'all?
Hey guys.
Hey.
Like Willow came on. I had to. I like
I
okay.
was gonna
All
say
right.
you made it just in time for Willow,
Where's Blue?
right? He's getting pregnant right now. He has to be alone while he's watching his Willow matches.
he'll probably pop in right after.
He needs a lot of privacy when Willow's
it,
on TV,
it was like he don't know this is on. Like
right?
what? I kissed my girl.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. I told him to come on, but normally he's at least in the chat. He must be busy with his kids.
Was this match advertised?
Yeah.
Yeah, then
It
he
was
Well, as
should.
advertised as any of them were.
like Rampage. Like I think it was yesterday, and they were just running them off like 10 new ones. Like what?
Yeah. I love seeing she's rooting for both women. I mean, I like them both too. Can they both win?
Like so, this will be my first time watching Trish.
Uh huh.
But she looks good from what
Yeah.
I love the whole there you go presentation of her.
Yeah. Oh, Ash wants to know. He's not. I told him you were at work. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe you weren't working.
No, okay. So I do have to go to work. I will not be
Okay.
here for the whole thing. So it's like, do I come in and like pop out? And then like, how much is this on Fight as well?
Well, I think the whole main show after this will be on Fight. So the 1 to 4 or whatever will be on Fight.
Like, how much is it to purchase?
Oh, is it that? I don't know. I can send you a link. I'll send you a link.
You're
to the
here
free
for
version.
us for the next half hour, and then you're popping out. I got you.
Here, if you go to Discord, This is where I watch it for free.
Thank you. Like right now, it's on my TV because it's on YouTube, and I like big TV. Like not to sound commercial or not or stupid, but like yes, the big TV. I'm just like you have to watch everything on the big TV.
Yeah.
If you can.
Ash says once he's done with his finals, I can join. Absolutely. If you want to come on camera, by all means, love to have you in. Let me know how I can send you the link, Ash.
Please join the Discord if you're
not.
Yeah,
if you join the Discord, the Workhorse Wrestling Network Discord, the link is in the chat. By all means.
I would love to actually see your face finally.
Right? Put a face with the name, and absolutely, by all means. We got a long watch along, so.
Woo. Are we gonna press stop?
I didn't actually say that, Ash. Hush.
Ain't nobody that. Okay, look. If you're gonna be on this stream, you can't be a snitch. You can't be a snitch if you're gonna be on the stream. Yeah, so are you gonna press stop after final battle and then press play again when we get to deadline?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to switch from, and I'm gonna have to put it on my phone because I can't get it on my TV. The bootleg stream I can only get on my phone, so, or my laptop. But I'm using the laptop to cast, so I have to watch Final Battle on my actual phone here.
Usually I use my tablet, but I couldn't find it, so I'm using my phone.
Oh, technically, it looks like they have. That's really weird. So they've started Final Battle already because they've got 0 hour going. So the stream is actually live on that link I sent you. If you go to that link instead of YouTube, which YouTube's probably better, but if you go to that link too, you can watch the whole thing without any interruption. It'll just go right into the next go.
Oh, that's nice. Like, there you go.
Haha, you do know y'all can see and hear how I talk on my YouTube channel, right? I didn't even know.
We didn't know you had a YouTube
Yeah,
channel.
I didn't even know you had a YouTube channel, Ash. You have to send us the link.
You did not tell
All
us
of my
any
socials
of this.
are the same name, so okay. Yeah, no, I didn't know you had a YouTube channel. I definitely check that out for sure.
I'm not a social media person, so you have to say something when we're on the chat.
I just joined social media again like a week ago.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on social media, but I'm not like the biggest, especially
Take 5. Let's go. Shout out to Take 5. Yes.
right? That is a nasty move there. That is quite the submission.
I like that submission move.
Right? I've never seen nothing like it. It's unique for sure. Oh. This has been a really good match. Both women are putting in the work. Yeah, Trish Adora has been around on the independent scene for a while. I think she might have been on the. She was right at the top of Righteous Reg's top 500
You go.
black wrestlers list. She's like in the top 5 or something, top 10, I want to say.
Have you ever been on AEW?
She is not. Yeah, I think she's been on Dark actually once or twice, or Dark Elevation a couple times. Oh, there it is.
Mm-hmm.
2, 3. Willow with the win. All right. Nice win for Miss Willow.
Right? Oh. So if Athena wins the belt, I wouldn't mind Willow versus Athena.
Yeah.
Come on.
I'm in for that. And I'm pretty sure Athena's winning. I can't imagine that she's not. With the push they've been giving her, I don't.
It sucks because, like, I said in the comments, the promo between Athena and Mercedes was bomb. I'm like,
Yeah.
why isn't this on TV? Give Mercedes you go to the past when it was Athena versus Deonna Purrazzo, and it's like, promote this chick. It's not going to work if she's not on TV.
Who takes the title off Jade?
I don't. I'm not even sure we know that person yet. I kind of hope it's Willow at some point, but I don't know that Jade will be the champion when Willow's ready to be the champion. Like, we'll have to see. I don't know.
Like,
I have a feeling they're going to do something stupid like Saraya or something somehow. Sriracha, Salmonella, whatever you want to call her. At some point or something dumb. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's going to be someone, in my opinion, that's not going to really be believable no matter what they do. Just because Jade is so Jade and so, I mean, she's like, I don't know. This is the issue that I have. Like, when you have people that are so much bigger than their competition and then you overbook them on top of it, it's like, where do you go from here? They're backed into a corner. I mean, who's going to actually beat her? I mean, I don't.
Can I fantasy book?
Yeah, go ahead. By all means.
Trinity Fatu.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be great if they could get her to come in.
It's like I think someone said it. I think someone said it perfectly. I don't mind them building Jade like this, but build someone else up as well.
Yeah.
You can't just build just Jade up and no one else to get her. You have to build someone else to beat her. Like, so the Mick Foley interview on Broken Skulls, he was like, we had to build The Rock up because no one else was going to go against Stone Cold and actually win. So we
Right.
had to build him up.
Yeah.
Well, they also did that before Shawn Michaels and The Undertaker. And that led to Hell in a Cell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think a lot of people would. I mean, I think that's Sasha, Mercedes, whatever you want to call her, is one of the few people out there that I think most people are in agreement that they would be okay with potentially beating Jade. Maybe not today, but at some point.
No. My thoughts are, I'm not 100% sold on wanting Sasha, aka Mercedes, in AEW.
I agree.
I'm not. I love what she's doing now. I hope she's having like a little 2-month indie run before returning to television of any capacity. But yeah, I don't see.
Well, that's the thing
yeah.
about it, is that she can do both part-time and act. And there's no restrictions against her from doing all of it.
Yeah.
She could even start a Twitch stream if she wanted.
No,
Yeah,
no,
I mean,
I love this
Like,
this area, this space of awesomeness that she's in right now, especially if what happens at Wrestle Kingdom happens at Wrestle Kingdom. But I do miss like seeing her on television. So it's like, you got 3 months. You got 3 months for your old little indie special entertainment thing, then come back.
here's what I think. I think Mercedes should be the NJPW champion. I think Trinity should come in and be the TNT champion.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I mean, I think that Sasha and Mercedes has been able to see now, getting away from WWE, that she can thrive without them. And as a result, I don't see her going back there probably ever. Not unless they lift a lot of their restrictions about extra stuff, because I think she's seen now that she's going to get enough, booking opportunities and other shit going on that she doesn't need WWE in that regard. So yeah, I mean, if she wants to continue to freelance and stuff, I mean, AEW or Impact is one of those kinds of places where you can go and still do all that other stuff.
Oh, hey, Blue. You missed Willow.
Yeah,
You had to say it.
it does. The main card starts at 4, but 0 hours started at
0 hours.
3. So
What was I gonna say? I am a supporter of Triple H. I do believe that some of these restrictions will be lifted when he's in power. It's just going to take some time. Like, I definitely see the Twitch thing being lifted, because that was just dumb. Like that was a restriction that did not need to happen. I see that being lifted. The whole independent, like, I know Luke, the Good Brothers are not officially being able to go to New Japan, but they are doing so I see that as an indie window. So
well, yeah, I mean, if Triple H wants to really be successful and bring WWE into the modern age, really, and make it a premier company to want to work for again, he's going to have to do that stuff that Vince didn't do, which is give these guys the freedom to do other stuff, because that's just the nature of how it is now, right? And they see they can do that if they go to other companies. So if you limit them too much, they're just going to go somewhere else, and that's the reality of it. So I assume that, yes.
And they can do that in those other companies, and then when they're like 40, 42,
yeah,
then they can sign with WWE, make a lot more money, and work part-time.
Yeah, for sure.
And you can see it because, like again, Shinsuke is going against the great please say it for me so I don't ruin the name. Muta. He's going there for his final retirement, year-round retirement tour. So you can see the little Chris of, all right, we'll see what happens. We'll see if this can be a thing.
I mean, yeah, because like Vince didn't let Shinsuke go to Jushin Thunder Liger's retirement.
Yeah, I mean, and that's that old school mentality that's going to discourage people from coming back to WWE if you've left, right? Especially when you can see that you could go to a company like AEW and still do those things, right?
Yeah. But what I'm pointing at is that he couldn't even go to the retirement ceremony.
Right.
Shinsuke is now wrestling in a retirement match.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, that's a whole step higher of what he wasn't allowed to do, of what he's able to
Right.
do now. Like,
Yeah.
Right.
Ash says, can you imagine if Mercedes appears at Revolution to challenge Jade, and he thinks that Trinity will go back to WWE because of the bloodline,
Like
which is
I
probably true.
know people have boo boo. Yeah,
He's heartbroken.
it's on YouTube. You can rewind it and then come back to live.
it's the Kingdom Wrestling right now, so like,
Like depend. It is Kingdom. It is the Kingdom versus Top Flight. But like
So
I
we
said,
need to
you can
fuck Matt
rewind.
Taven.
Right.
The obligatory fuck Matt Taven.
I really am like what you call it? Not surprised, but it was very weird. They had the Kingdom for only it feels like 2 episodes of Rampage, and then they were done.
Yeah.
Like dang.
Yeah. No, I think Tony wants them on. I think they'll be Ring of Honor mainstays.
But like I know a little bit about the group, but I know definitely about Maria Kanellis. So I'm like,
Yeah.
Maria Kanellis should be on AEW.
I
Period.
agree. If Tony was
Oh.
smart, he'd have Maria Kanellis booking the women's division.
I remember a picture I saw. It was the Acclaimed and Top Flight, and it said the House of Half Black.
Yeah. Yep. I saw that. That had to be on a
be
True
a
Heat
thing.
or something. I don't. Yeah, but yeah, I saw that too.
It was on Discord. I want
Okay.
that to be a thing. I want that to be like just one time. Like just randomly have them all together and just have someone on commentary say they just once. That's all I need. That's all I need.
How y'all feel about Max Caster thirsting for MJF? Because that's probably the funniest thing I've seen since I've come back to social media. Just how long has this been going on for?
Man, if they play their cards right, that might be the most hilarious thing on TV. If they can do it right.
Top Flight's so good.
I remember when they first came on the EW, and they were just water, and it was like, who the hell's that? And then they broke my heart when they said we looked up to the Young Bucks. I'm like, you babies, how old are y'all?
Right? They're like 10.
They're like the Young Bucks. They're not even the Young Bucks aren't in their 30s. If I'm mistaken.
Yeah.
I think at that time, Top Flight was 20 and 19.
Yeah, I've been watching the Young Bucks my whole life. It's like, what? How old are you? Like,
that was 3 years
what are
ago.
you,
I think they
15?
were 20 and 19.
Yeah.
But still, like, I'm 32. I shouldn't feel this old when you say that comment.
There's nothing I find funnier than when young people are like, my whole life I've been through the dirt. Dude, you don't know shit. Like, you're 19. Like, talk to me when you're 40, and then we'll have a conversation. Like,
or when Waxy says, "I used to love the Bella Twins." Like, what the? When I was 12. What? You know what? I need y'all to hush. Stop asking these people who their favorite wrestler is, just for a little bit.
Ash says, I agree with ALW.
That
Maria
one.
should be in charge. No, go ahead.
So Stone Cold had that show, and he had asked somebody what their favorite match was, and they had said it was Melina versus.
I remember talking about it was on Tough Enough, and they're talking about and it was Trinity's ex-partner from the Fuckadactyls. They asked her who her favorite match was, and she said it was Melina versus another basically Divas chick, and they were like, I'm like hold up, wait, time out, flag on the play. I love Maria from Eminem. Number one, she had the best Code Red I have seen. Let's just get that straight.
No.
So y'all should not be talking about who she loved, what her favorite match was. Now, granted,
but Stone Cold immediately went, who?
Now, granted, would she have gotten more points if she would have said a big name like the TLC match or him versus Stone Cold? maybe, but she's a female. So if a female match got her into wrestling, let her have the female match.
The correct answer is Bret Hart versus Stone Cold. That's gonna get you the most points. That's what you needed to say to Stone Cold.
Now on the flip side, the Divas era wasn't popular for their big wrestling matches, but again, if that's what got her to the dance, let her have it. I think it was Maria versus Alicia Fox. And that was the match she said. I had to confirm, but I think that sounds about right.
And it's all subjective, right? It's all what you like. I mean, just because someone says something doesn't mean it's etched in stone. Your favorite match doesn't have to be my favorite match. We can agree that it's a good match.
I love the Firefly Funhouse match.
I can respect that it's a good match. It doesn't make it my favorite match of all time. Like, I mean, fuck. I mean, I'm allowed to have my own opinion. Like,
a lot of people will disagree with me on that, but I liked it.
Yeah.
No, but you know what? That match is a 50-50. 50% will agree with you. 50% will be like, you stupid. No, but like, I'm the part that agrees with you. That was the best psychic trip on WrestleMania I've ever had in my life.
I have to comment on this comment by Ash. He says, I agree with ALW and Rhea should be in charge of booking of the women's division. Also, I really want to see Matt Cardona become the Ring of Honor champion at some point. He's such a good in-ring talent. I disagree. Fuck Matt Cardona. Whatever his fucking Zack Ryder, Kurt Hawkins, whoever the fuck he was one of the two of them. I think he was Zack Ryder, right? In WWE. Fuck them both. I don't like Matt Cardona. I don't want to see him in Ring of Honor. I definitely don't want to see him as a Ring of Honor champion. So, absolutely not.
Like, what in the slap box was that? I'm like, he just like, hold on, wait. His hand is not up. You're actually slapping him a lot.
Man, Dante's got some.
You saw that?
Whew.
Oh my gosh!
I must have missed it.
It was basically a slap. It turned to a slap box match, and then basically, what's his name? Top Flight was winning, and like mercifully winning. Like,
yes, please, Matt Taven, take the L.
I think I'm live.
Ash says, I still can't believe that Darius Martin, Sky Blue, Hook, and me are the same age. That means you're young. Ash, you're extremely young.
Don't need any more information from you about your age. Thank you.
Way to make us feel old, Ash.
I'm the same age as guys like Osprey and
Pretty Ricky. Ricky Starks. I'm not Ricky Starks.
Other one. No,
Ricochet.
He's your age. Ricochet. No.
No, Ricochet is only 20, like late 20s. He's not early 20s, if I'm not mistaken.
Early 30s.
Really? He's that old already?
Really?
Interesting. Time flies when you're having fun.
The third Uso. He's my age.
Solo. What'd you say you were? You're 29?
Yep.
You're in that weird sweet spot of you're young and old at the same time.
You're technically in your athletic prime.
Like, you remember what a VHS is?
Well, I don't know. I feel like most wrestlers are at their best at like 35.
Yeah. Like, you remember what a VHS is, but you're also know what Spotify is. That's a good sweet spot.
So, Ash, I just don't like his whole style. I just think he's cocky and arrogant, and I don't think he's that good in the ring. He was lower mid-card in WWE, and don't get me wrong, WWE has had a history of misusing guys, but I don't think he's good enough to be as over as he is on the independent scene. I just don't like him, and I don't care for Brian Myers either. I think they're both overrated on the indie scene. I don't think either of them is as good a worker as they portray them to be, and I just don't like their characters. Like, I really don't like the Matt Cardona character.
Darby Allin and Sammy Guevara are also my age.
All right. Yeah, that's a good sweet spot.
Blue must be watching.
You're really watching that? match is great.
Mm-hmm.
Like this should not be on. Like this should have been on the actual main event
Main
instead
card,
of
right?
0 hour.
I mean,
But
I
I'm not
guess we'll wait
complaining.
and see what the Christian Blake AR Fox match, their tag team match, looks like. But for all intents and purposes, this should have been on the card instead of that. I mean, that could have been on 0 hour, and this should have been on the main card,
Like, holy shit.
right?
Ooh.
I mean, I'm glad to see Christian Blake and AR Fox on the main card because they're both really good wrestlers, and they both should be getting the push. I like it, but at the same time, I think this will end up being a better match than that tag team match will be.
Woo!
Oh, are they gonna have Mike take the loss?
All right.
Oh,
Wow.
that was a nice finisher.
That
Damn
was
it!
very nice.
Why does Mike Bennett have to take the loss when they have Matt Taven right there to take the L?
I thought they were gonna win. I thought the Kingdom need the win, honestly. So I don't know how to feel right now because I love Top Flight as well. So
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if this is leading to a Top Flight push, I'm all for it because it's been so long since we've actually had them both together at the same time. Like, is it time? Is it time? Are we going with it?
Don't say it. Don't jinx it.
Don't jinx it. All right, time to switch to.
Let's make it. Let them make it to 2023. Then we'll talk about plans.
Them boys.
So now I'm gonna be behind because.
All right. Well, I'll be back.
Okay. Sounds ominous.
Hey, you got 30 more minutes of me. They gotta come back, Sammy.
So Ash says, "Yo, ALW, if that's how you feel about Matt Cardona, how you feel about others? How about others? Anika and Sammy, also CM. Do you have any performers that y'all don't like?" So Anika, how do you feel about Matt Cardona and Brian Myers?
Okay, Brian Myers, I don't know.
He's he's his friend, the guy in the Major Players, the other dude. He was Kurt Hawkins.
Oh, both. Okay, both right here. I got you. Oh, I got
Madcap Moss.
You don't like Madcap Moss? Can't stand him, huh?
you.
Even before he was Madcap, you didn't like him?
Yeah,
when he was just
Riddick,
Moss?
Didn't like him.
When he was Riddick Moss?
I didn't like him. Yeah. When he came in and beat Ricochet after Ricochet had just lost to Brock Lesnar without getting a single move in on Brock Lesnar, I was like, nah, screw you guys.
Yeah.
Screw all you guys. Ricochet deserves better than this.
You know what?
It just pissed me off, and I haven't been able to dissociate Riddick Moss with beating Ricochet at a time of when, God damn it, he just
the dark ages for real.
I know it's subjective, but don't ever say they're great.
Go ahead.
I mean, I like them.
Oh,
it's okay to like them. You just can't say they're great.
Their characters are great. You can't deny that. So their characters, I don't even know why Ash asked CL like that. The list is like tip over. Four page. No. But yeah, Matt Cardona and his homie, I respect their character. Their character when they left is solid. Now, I don't think I've ever seen them in the ring. Well, as Matt Cardona in the ring. I've seen what's his name? Ryder in the ring, which is what but no, their characters I can respect. I'm like, okay. And I'm a story person at first. Like if you can perform in the ring, you're great. But if you can tell a story, that's when you got me.
Yeah.
Don't like is a strong word for right.
I'm picking up the torch. She's not here, so I got to fill in.
She'll be here later. For right now, who I don't like to see on screen is Sammy and Ty together.
Yeah.
Not separately, but together. They're very, very annoying.
I agree. I agree. They're probably the most annoying couple on TV for sure. I mean,
and not annoying as in they're doing their job. It's annoying. It's like, bruh, y'all are out of touch with reality right now.
I
Like,
think together they actually have go away heat as opposed to just
like, why
real
are
heat.
y'all here? I don't
Yeah.
understand. Is there? Oh, it's 4:00. Dad, okay. I'm like, why?
Yep. It's 4 o'clock. It should be switching over to the main show.
It's like, hold up. It's like, wait, why are y'all on my television no more?
Right. And now it's starting something else, so I better turn that off. Let's see. What do we got? Now I'm loading, of course. All right, let's see here. Got to get a stream that's current. I should just pay for it like a productive member of society, but
it's been a minute since I paid $50 for. Like honestly, like I know we're in a new age where that doesn't seem as much, but $50 is $50.
Yeah, I'm not spending $50. Not anymore. Not now that you can get it bootleg. I'm not spending $50.
And honestly, I know people hate it, but like WWE doing $10.
Yeah, that was a deal break. I mean, that was a deal maker for me for sure. Like that was the best thing that ever happened when I went to the WWE network and it was $10 and you got all the pay-per-views and everything. Man, couldn't ask for anything better. I hated spending because then they went from $50 and then they went up to like $69.99. I mean, and then like I remember WrestleMania when it was like $79 or something. It was like, what the fuck is going on here?
Right, and that's probably because they went to $10, but still, now there like WrestleMania, I just I'm like, cause I remember because Kingston came and it was I rented the $50 to be on their TV because it was just a crisper look and it was worth it to me.
Yeah.
Right,
for sure.
Like, not every time. Like it's like once every time.
Yeah, once in a while.
Once in a while is worth it.
No doubt. So we're stepping into the main card of Final Battle. If you're here just joining us, thanks for coming to Workhorse Wrestling Network. We know you got a lot of choices, so thanks for choosing us.
Right.
If you're not a subscriber already, please subscribe. Hit that notification button, and you can stay up to date on all of our content that we drop. Hit that like button. It helps the channel a lot. And thanks for joining us. Please tell us your thoughts in the live chat. We love to interact with you guys. It's because of you that we're here. So, tell us what you think.
Welcome to the wrestling party, baby.
That's right. There you go. I probably do. I'm probably more of a hater.
Now that might be a new show. Who we hating on?
Who we hating on?
Who
right?
we hating? Who we hating? Fuck it.
So, where is it?
What do you think will be the first match?
It looks like you don't see it yet?
I haven't seen it yet. I'm trying to get real fast.
We're getting AR Fox and Blake Christian versus RoH and Dralistico. I can't even pronounce the name. Dralistico?
That's close enough. Dralistico,
who I've never even heard of, so I don't know nothing about it. I love RoH, and I'm very familiar with Blake Christian and AR Fox. I mean, AR Fox is amazing. So, and Blake Christian's been on the indie scene for a while doing his thing. So
he showed out during that trios match, man. He was like, "All right, I got one shot, bet."
Yeah. Ash says, currently I don't like the maximum male models. Like, damn, Mason Mansoor can't catch a break.
They didn't collect your juices? They didn't collect your juices? No, honestly, when they first came out, it really was like, I'll wait and see.
Yeah. No, I mean, I was definitely disappointed to see that that's what they chose to do with LA Knight. And I definitely was a little disappointed to see Mansoor and Mace kind of whatever. But at the same time, I was kind of interested in what, they might do. Maximum male models might do as a whatever. But yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
Overall, I don't think it was a very good idea. That wasn't one of the better creative ideas.
But like with LA Knight, it really was like, okay, you give it to me, I'm gonna give it a shot.
Yeah.
Like I think they really messed up with putting the girl in there. I'm like, why is the girl here?
Yeah.
You really brought her up for this? Why? It was.
And LA Knight is really good. He's one of those guys that can take terrible, lemon to make lemonade, right? So,
Yes.
and he's so good on the mic. Like, he's one of my
So
favorite
good.
promos.
Like right now, him and old boy Bray Wyatt, I don't think anyone thought it was gonna be this good. I think everyone was. I think no one really was like, this is gonna be a squash. Oh, it's not a squash. Oh
Yeah.
wait, we want more. Oh wait, this is good. Oh wait, where the match at? Where the
Right?
match at? Cause I think that's where we're at now. All right, we need an actual match.
Yeah.
And now, don't wait till Royal Rumble. It's not that good. Let's get it popping. Like the promote Royal Rumble. Let's do that.
Yeah. No doubt. So it's Blake Christian in the ring with Dralistico. They exchanged some pretty good moves. Both guys can. Well, I know Blake Christian can really wrestle. This is my first seeing Dralistico, but it looks like he can wrestle. I assume Tony Khan knew that, or he wouldn't have put him in a match in the main card.
Right. So that's another thing. Nope, like that dumb question, but like, you think Tony Khan is doing Ring of Honor booking all by himself?
God, I hope not. I mean, if he's booking Dynamite, Rampage, Dark Elevation, and Ring of Honor all by himself, like no
Like, come
wonder
on,
no
come
wonder a lot of
on,
it's
boy.
bad sometimes. Like, come on, like I understand you want to whatever, but you can't just be, you can't do it all. That's too much work for one person. And yeah, you need to have somebody, especially someone that's experienced in the business, probably giving you some sort of, input. I don't know exactly how it's working. I mean, I know they have, EVPs and people backstage and all those things, obviously, that are, in his
Yeah.
ear. But, it almost seems like it's become maybe WWE-ish in the fact that now Tony Khan's the final arbiter of what actually goes on, like Vince used to be. I don't know that that's true, but that's how it's almost come off recently, or that's kind of the impression that I might get. Whereas it wasn't like that in the beginning.
Don't forget that he also owns the Jaguars.
Right. Yeah. So
Now,
I mean,
more so his dad. So I don't think he's doing.
Yeah, no, I think
think
he
so.
owns them.
Yeah.
Like,
Technically,
you think he's
Tony
doing
owns
most
them.
of the work there too?
That I don't know, but I mean, it is the height of football season right now. So if he's doing any, I mean, he's definitely stretched thin. I mean, there's no way around that.
Yeah.
So.
Or
What's it? Ash says, before I understood the ins and outs of wrestling, I really hated Dolph Ziggler because he was trying to be the next HBK without having the fan following, and The Miz because he was the WWE version of a frat guy. Yeah. I mean, I can appreciate Dolph Ziggler. Dolph Ziggler is one of those guys that's a really solid hand. Like, almost anything you give him comes out good for the most part. And he's such a good wrestler. But yeah, he's definitely dislikable. And there was a period of time where he was definitely, I still think to a certain extent, he's kind of a HBK wannabe and is just in his character style a little bit. But there was a period of time where he was definitely more like that. For sure. And
Yeah.
I've always been a Miz guy. I love the Miz since he first came in. I liked the Miz in Tough Enough. So I've always been a Miz fan.
If you're asking me who I feel is the closest to a spiritual successor to what Shawn Michaels did,
Yes.
I would probably go with AJ Styles.
Yeah. Man, like, talk about stuff that I didn't need to know. Like, when they were doing the whole, like, I watched Table for Three, and it was AJ Styles, HBK, and Kevin Nash.
I don't think I watched this.
It was Table for Three. It was Kevin Nash, AJ Styles, and HBK, and they were talking about the possibility of AJ Styles versus HBK. This was before Saudi Arabia. It was before Saudi Arabia, right? And you could see the wheels of HBK's mind spinning. He was like, so who wins? How will this work? How are we gonna play this out? And it's like, you know what? I see the wheel of your mind going. Shut it down. If this is not going to happen, shut it down. I don't need you thinking about it unless it's going to happen. Because, like, yeah.
Well, and the reality is that I mean, even with AJ being older too, I still don't want to see Shawn Michaels now wrestle AJ Styles now. Like, I mean, that's not 20 years ago or 15 years ago. Sure, absolutely. I mean, that, at the same time, make your statement again, Sammy, because I'm not sure my ears heard you correctly. Did you say that the closest thing to HBK is AJ Styles?
A spiritual successor, like Mr. WrestleMania.
I can't dispute that.
I mean, I guess. I mean, I don't.
Well,
Yeah,
who's in your mind?
I don't know. I mean, I don't. There's nobody. That's why Shawn Michaels is, on. I know we don't like using the term Mount Rushmore, but he's on my Mount Rushmore. I mean, I don't. There's nobody quite like Shawn Michaels. I mean, I don't. I mean, I think he's a one of a kind in a lot of respects. So I don't. I mean, AJ's definitely not near as flashy or charismatic. Um, AJ's a good talker and has personality, but he's not Shawn Michaels. I mean, Shawn Michaels had the it factor oozing out of him, like, and I don't. Maybe I'm just. I don't know. I don't think of AJ Styles as main eventing WrestleManias in the same way that HBK did, or being Mr. WrestleMania in the same way that HBK was. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not
Well,
sure I see that analogy.
HBK didn't main event that many WrestleManias.
No, but he was consistently on WrestleManias. I mean,
Yes,
which I guess AJ has. But I mean, I don't know. It just seems like, for me, honestly, like
like the
AJ's
Boneyard match.
AJ's career in WWE has been so roller coaster. Like, he's been up sometimes and down sometimes. Like, right now, he feels very mid card to me. Where, at
No
other
fault of his
times,
own.
huh?
No fault of his own.
No
That's
fault of
just
his own.
booking.
No fault
Yeah.
of his own. Well, other than maybe his desire to want to take a step back, which I can understand. More time with his family, less schedule, all that kind of stuff. So
I
maybe that's
mean,
part of it, as he is
when
getting
Shawn
older. But,
Michaels
like,
came back, I felt like he wrestled more in the mid card than he did on the main card.
Yeah.
no,
Well,
yeah.
again, but that was his decision. I think he
Yes.
was like, you know what? I don't want the belt. Don't give me the belt to a default. Because 2007, 2008, he should have beat Cena for that belt at least one good
Oh,
time. He should have won. He should have
Ooh.
won that match. But I will digress on to the conversation we're at now.
yeah.
In the ring, in the ring, I can see AJ being the successor of AJ Styles in the HBK, because with, like, people always compare all the little people to HBK, right? The thing about HBK, and someone said it and it was brilliantly, the thing about HBK was when he's in the ring with anybody, you give him a shot to win. Like most small men, you don't, but with HBK, there's always the shot. I feel that way with AJ Styles, where it's like he's small, but he's gonna find a way to whip that behind. It's always a shot that he could win.
Swap
I
out Sweet Chin music with the phenomenal forearm.
see. I think, like, I personally, I think AJ Styles is a better technical wrestler than Shawn Michaels was.
And
But
that's with time, you know.
but I also like, for me, as a general rule, HBK matches in general have been more exciting than AJ Styles matches. I
See,
mean, AJ's had
can
a
you?
lot of really good matches, but I just think of some of the matches HBK has had, and I don't. They just don't compare, in my opinion. I don't know.
I
I
just
think it's a
saw it.
solid comparison.
I just saw it, man.
You
If
just
we had
saw it,
that match, if we
oh,
had that match, the phenomenal forearm into a super kick.
right?
Ah!
Let's see. So Ash says now he likes both Dolph Ziggler and Miz because of their work ethic and being such reliable peeps in the ring. Yeah, I agree with that. And what else? For me, I see two people being like HBK in the ring wise: Dolph Ziggler because of his character, and Adam Cole because of his in ring performance and being a smug heel. Yeah,
Character wise, yes, definitely Adam Cole.
Yeah.
I mean, actual styles wise, dressing and his in ring or coming to the ring, Dolph Ziggler is very reminiscent of HBK in that regard, or at least he has been at times in his career.
Yeah.
Um,
Hmm.
and yeah, I mean, I could see Adam Cole. Yes, the personality for sure, that arrogant, cocky, smug personality for sure.
Man, when it was Adam Cole versus Dax Harwood, that should have been the end. I love Samoa Joe. That should have been the final round of the Owen
Oh,
Hart tournament because how they matched HBK with Bret Hart was
Mm-hmm.
chef kiss. It was like, come on, this should have not been the first round. It's been the last round.
Mm-hmm.
Amp it up 10 times.
Well,
Straight up.
it was the second round.
I feel like it was round 1.
Round 1 was Dax versus Cash.
No. I think that was a qualifier to get into it. That was the qualifier to get into the tournament.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Right? Yeah.
I don't honestly remember.
But no,
My
that definitely should have been last.
Ashes, the Dirty Dogs was DX if you bought from Craigslist.
A little bit. I'll go with more so STR you got from Craigslist.
All I want to know is where is Robert Roode and why is he not on my television?
The last time
I need to hear Glorious in my life.
Is he acting again?
I don't know. I think he's sitting and catering.
Like the last time we saw him, it was him and Dolph in NXT, and honestly, that should have been another month. Like I think they pulled the plug on that too soon. I actually liked Dolph being the champ and Robert helping him out with that, but I digress.
You're a fan of Black Boot Dolph.
Black Boot Dolph.
I am a fan of Black Boot Dolph.
That's right.
I felt like that period was like, I think Robert was like, bruh, I'm telling you, NXT was the place. Come with me. And he got there. I see what you're saying. Let's stay here for this a little bit longer.
Thanks, Blue. I didn't mean right now at Final Battle.
Yeah.
Fucking dick. You knew what I meant.
You know our focus is not on the main product all the time.
Unreal. So Fox and Christian got the win, and then RoH and Jalistico beat the shit out of him outside the ring. That was a really good match. I almost take back what I said about whatchamacallit should have been on that they should have been on the 0 hour instead.
I half expected him to unmask Jalistico.
Right. Oh, are we gonna get Mercedes versus Athena next? It looks like that's what they're promoting, huh?
Okay.
Ash says Bobby Roode is going to be on SmackDown once he returns. I think he will go into the Intercontinental Championship. Yeah,
no, don't do that to him. Walter's hot.
Yeah,
Walter's hot. Let him have that. Let him have that belt for a little longer. Don't do that to Bobby.
I would prefer seeing him and Austin Theory, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's a better matchup than him and Walter.
You know who I'd like to see wrestle Austin Theory? Tyler Breeze.
They did it before in NXT, and it was actually pretty decent.
Yep, we're getting Mercedes versus Athena.
Flash in the pan. Next.
Like, can we just get like Tyler Breeze to join the New Day or something? Like,
so Tyler Breeze was with Austin Creed, and they actually did a reunion and played Uno on Austin Creed's channel. So I'm having like that's the little hopes that I have. Okay, maybe we're having this dynamic of people coming back, and this whole solid lines of where you live are being erased. So, and Tyler Breeze not doing anything, if I'm not mistaken. So that is definitely a possibility.
I mean, the Nation of Domination had a white guy from Canada in it. Why can't the New Day have a white guy from Canada in it?
We already tried with KO, and KO we turned our backs on them. It was
don't let the sins of KO influence Tyler Breeze.
and
KO betrays everybody.
And Sammy's now with the bloodline. We already have too many white guys in the minority group. We don't have anymore.
We need a white Canadian in every group.
I love it when there's one token white guy in a minority group.
Yes.
It's like, all those times they put a token in a white group, right? Like,
Oh! I think Dave Chappelle said it. Uh, every group of friends needs the one white guy.
yeah,
If you get caught up by the police, you need somebody who can talk to them.
Pay for.
Well, what happened to Anika?
I'm not sure. Ash says also Tyler Breeze is the only person to this day to fight Thunder Liger.
In WWE.
Right. Yep. Yeah, no, I miss Prince pretty. I like Tyler Breeze. I mean, really good wrestler.
You a fan of Dave Chappelle?
Oh yeah, I'm a huge fan of Dave Chappelle.
He gets a lot of hate online.
Oh yeah. I saw him live. It was the fucking funniest thing, dude. Like, it was even made funnier because there were. I might have said this before on the stream, but I saw him live, and it was a small little intimate venue, so there's only like 300 people there. And in the front row, there was like 4 or 5 deaf people that came to the show, so they had an interpreter up on stage, and Dave fucked with her the whole time. Like he was like, this girl was sucking my dick, and the woman's like, oh, like it was fucking hysterical, dude. He did everything he could do to make her have to do the most outlandish gestures, dude, and it made the show so much funnier. Yeah, it was hysterical, dude. It's by far the best stand-up show I've been to, and I've been to a lot. I'm a big Dave Chappelle fan.
Well, I'm young, so I grew up with Dave Chappelle. Like,
yeah.
I've known Dave Chappelle all my life. Like, Robin Hood Men in Tights. Like,
oh yeah.
What was I, like 4 years old?
Probably. Yeah, because that's from the 90s, right? I mean, the late 90s, maybe early 2000s. What year were you born? So if you're 29.
93.
Yeah. So yeah, probably 98 or 99. I think probably. Maybe even a little earlier than that.
And then the Chappelle Show came
out.
Oh,
the Chappelle Show was off the hook. I mean, it was probably the funniest show on TV.
I had 3 older sisters, and all 3 of them watched it. So
yeah, for sure. No, and I remember when it went off the air, it was a huge fucking deal. Like, shit, Chappelle went off the air, and then he disappeared, of course, for like, I don't even remember, like, I want to say like a year or so, and then he came back. But yeah. Ash says Anika Prince Pretty came back to Up, Up, Down, Down for GM mode, not for Uno. They just made 2 new Uno episodes on Tyler Breeze's channel. It was so funny, and it's uncensored, the amount of cursing. Wow. I have to check that out. Like, I'm not necessarily the biggest fan.
Uncensored, they don't do the dolphin, because that's what they do for Up, Up, Down, Down, is whenever they'd say something, there'd be a little dolphin sound.
When they cussed, it would be a dolphin?
Mm-hmm.
That's funny. Dave Chappelle is in my top 10 most favorite stand-up comedians of all time. Yeah, I think that's fair.
George Carlin,
yeah.
Eddie Murphy, Chris Rock.
That's
Dave
tough.
Chappelle, of course. That's 5.
I mean, again,
I'm going to say Cat Williams.
It's such a subjective thing, like, because I like some people that a lot of people don't like, and I like some people that like. I really like Gabriel Iglesias. I think he's probably
Robin
in my
Williams.
Top 10. I really like Jim Gaffigan. He's probably in my top 10 if I was picking top 10.
Fuck, I think I'm going to say Bill Burr.
I like Bill Burr.
In my top 10.
I don't know if he's in my top 10. He might be right. Louis C.K. would have been in my top 10 before he became a piece of shit. Before I knew he was a piece of shit. So now he definitely can't be there. God, there's so many good comedians out there. Fuck, I don't know. That's a tough top 10.
Chris Tucker.
Chris Tucker? You got Chris Rock on your list there?
Mm-hmm. I got Chris Rock.
Okay.
One more. I got room for one more. Who do I give it to?
I'm a big Tom Papa fan. I used to be. I mean, I was a big Bernie Mac fan. Obviously, he's passed away, but big Bernie Mac fan. D.L. Hughley.
Number 10, Richard Pryor. There we go.
Yeah, that's a solid top 10. Yeah, I mean, Richard Blue says Richard Pryor #1. I mean, I don't think you'd get anybody that would. I mean, that's a solid #1. There's not a whole. I mean, you could debate that for sure. I don't think many people would be mad at that as a #1. He's definitely one of the all-time greats for sure. And what's funny is that Eddie
I
Murphy.
apologize. I just realized I did not name a single woman.
What's funny is that Eddie Murphy's on my list and your list and probably anybody's list, and he hasn't done a stand-up show since Raw, right? I mean, he did Delirious and Raw, and what stand-up has he done since? And those were 30 years ago. I mean, like,
But he has the backlog is so solid, it
oh, for sure.
keeps him in
I
the
mean,
top
just on those
10.
2 shows alone. I mean,
Yes. He doesn't have to do more. He's solidly in the top 10. He might not be in the top 5 anymore, but he's
right.
still in the top 10.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Which is just amazing when you think about it. Oh, well, what are we gonna get here?
I'm going to have to watch this back and
Actually, pay more attention.
no. I was going
Oh,
to say write down what my top 10 was
oh yeah,
so I
yeah.
can remember it.
So you can remember it. Yeah. I often end up having to watch the pay-per-views again after the watch-alongs because we end up talking about so much other stuff that I lose track of what I'm watching on the actual screen. So you gotta go back and watch it again so I can. Oh,
Welcome back. Oh,
Welcome back.
welcome back. Are you a Dave Chappelle fan?
Huh?
Did you say or huh?
favorite
Oh,
comedians.
oh,
That's
she's
what we were
muted at the
talking
moment.
about while you were gone.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we were talking about Dave Chappelle first, so I asked if you were a Chappelle fan, and then Sammy rattled off his top 10 real quick. I, I don't think I could rattle off a top 10 that quick. I'd have to think about it for a while, but
Ooh, that is hard. But
Redo says, can we really call this ROH or AEW 2.0? Tons of AEW on the show. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that there's been. Well, first of all, welcome, Redo. I haven't seen you before. Thanks for joining us. Please hit that subscribe button and hit that like button. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, I think that there's been kind of this general blend because Ring of Honor hasn't had anything to do in a while on its own, particularly. So they've definitely been meshing the two, and as a result, I think you're definitely getting a mixture. I also think that we don't know. Tony hasn't decided yet who's going to be all the Ring of Honor people, and so we're seeing them now on both of those shows. So, or on across both promotions for all intents and purposes. And I do think even once he knows, once they have a show, and once he's defined, these guys are Ring of Honor guys for the most part, or girls for the most
There's
part.
still going to be a
There's
lot
still
of
going to be
bleeding through.
crossover. There's still going to be AEW guys coming into Ring of Honor and vice versa. So
honestly, I'm more excited about the media scrum. Because, like, someone has to ask him, hey, all right, what's the future of ROH? And I hope it's a definitive answer of, we're going to take a break till we get not even if these are the exact words. We're going to take a break and until we get the TV deal, or we're going to move it to YouTube, or even this, you will see these people on AEW. But there's like some definitive answer of where are we going with ROH, period.
Can we at least do what they did in the early days of AEW, where they did basically a pay-per-view, but it was free on Bleacher Report?
right, that would be cool.
I would love that. And
Blue says it's a rampage of honor now.
And no offense, I'm not hooked on Bleacher Report like that. So this would give more eyes.
Well, neither am I, but I would prefer that over,
I'm saying it'll get more eyes on Bleacher Report. It'll get more eyes on it. So that'll be a good step in the right direction.
I believe I Am Nate Eaton is new to the channel as well. So welcome in. And yeah, he says, I wish I could be there. I live 5 miles away. Yeah. Yeah, I bet it's a fun show for sure.
I have the same experience. I live in Florida, and WrestleMania 2008 was 2 hours that way. It was It's like, why? Why aren't we there? This makes no sense.
Right. Nate says I wouldn't be mad if they turned Rampage into ROH TV. Yeah, I mean the only issue I would have with that is that I still think AEW needs another show. I mean, Dynamite is not enough, and they don't put enough of the main guys on. You're not going to get the main guys on YouTube on Dark and Dark Elevation. So if you only have Dynamite, there's way too many people for just one show.
Yeah.
That's my only
When
issue.
when they do Rampage live, do they do anything else?
What do you mean?
That's
Like, because Rampage is just an hour.
Oh,
So if Rampage is
yeah.
live,
I
is
would
it
Yeah.
just an hour and then everybody leaves?
I think they would do Dark Elevation and Dark.
But
And
don't
then
they do that before Dynamite on Wednesday?
but I
they
don't think if
show them, but I
like if
think
you're
they
doing it
film
live,
them. I'm pretty sure I'm going to Rampage in January in Portland, and they're filming Dark and Dark Elevation before, and then they're doing Battle of the Belts right afterwards live.
mm,
It's all in one show that episode. But yeah, I mean, I think they film Dark and Dark Elevation at the same time they do Rampage and just show them later.
Right. And when they don't do that is when they do it on Wednesday and they do Rampage after Dynamite.
acting like
And
Wednesday
record
is a
Friday.
weekend day and people got
Yeah.
time to be here till 12 or 1 after in the morning.
Nate says yes, they do both Dark and Dark Elevation. They did Rampage, and he says they did Rampage and Battle of the Belts on the same night. Yeah. So
Because I know when I went to Dynamite, I saw it. Dark Elevation, Dynamite, and then Rampage after.
oh, you did?
For when I went, yeah.
Oh wow.
and when
But
did you go home?
Right? That's a long night.
I mean, so it was over at 10, and then it was about 2 hours to get home.
Like okay, when did the show start?
The show started at 6.
See, and people try to compare, like, well, WrestleMania is on a weekend.
Actually, I think the show started at 5:30.
See, no, like WrestleMania
Like,
starts.
because I was getting a drink and a shirt and stuff.
Oh,
and,
see this bite the
like,
shit out of her.
I heard that Serena Deeb and Mercedes were coming out to the ring, and I was like, "Holy shit! It's starting! What the hell?" That
Right.
So
doesn't start
CM
till
says I
6.
thought Dark filmed in Florida, and Nate says they filmed some in Florida. But he also says, so I guess I'm confused. They say, yeah, Wednesday I went to Dynamite, and it was an hour before, and then Rampage after. So yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't know when they recorded, but I think that the Rampage I'm going to, as I understand it, is supposed to have AEW and Dark Elevation or Dark and Dark Elevation recorded first, and then they're doing Battle of the Belts afterwards. So, but I don't know.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
just confused me as to how exactly it
And
worked with Rampage being live. Of
and
how
maybe they
did it.
switch it. I mean, maybe it's not always the exact same way, the same time.
Because I understand how it works when Rampage is taped. I just
Yeah.
didn't understand
Right.
how.
And that makes like I said, like 4 to 5 hours is long for a Wednesday. People are like,
Yeah.
well, WrestleMania's on a weekday. I mean, on a weekend. It's on a weekend. And if people are smart, that Monday they're going home. It's
Yeah.
not gonna be like I have to work on Monday afterwards. No.
I was so
Yeah.
happy getting to see Sting live, though.
Ooh, I want that
Yeah,
too. I want that too.
Because
before
it
he
wasn't on the
retires.
card. He was out injured, and then he comes back at the show, and it's like, holy shit, it's Sting. He's back.
Man, I want to see Sting before he retires. I do. I really do.
There's a bit of a distance issue, but if you come all the way to the West Coast, you can go with me to a wrestling show.
Like just a 6 hour, just a 4 hour.
If you want to fly
bus
for like
ride.
20 hours to come over to sit and watch a 3-hour show, by all
And
means.
that
I mean,
was it.
And the
oh,
WWE show I went to, I got to see Bray
all
Wyatt
right.
versus Seth Rollins in a steel cage. And I got to see Asuka spit mist into Sriracha's face.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Oh, that was. I remember that. That was actually a good show.
Okay, so Nate says, okay, so they record some Dark or Elevation before and after Dynamite. If they don't record Rampage, then when they do Rampage live, they record some Dark and Elevation. All just depends. That's what I thought. I kind of assumed that there probably wasn't a set They bounce back and forth sometimes between when they recorded it and stuff. So
Yeah.
here we see Athena won.
And
Athena is the new Ring of Honor Women's Champion. I guess we all predicted that.
So if they were to always do Rampage live and not
Yeah.
tape Rampage anymore, they could probably get away with doing an hour of ROH and an hour of ROH again on both Wednesday and Friday. Tape those, or
Yeah.
just
And
put
they'll
them
be
up on YouTube.
Right.
definitely
Like
Yeah.
you could have an hour of ROH on YouTube leading into Dynamite coming on Wednesday.
Yeah. That would be
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah. I'm in. Well, technically, I'm in Washington State. Sammy, you're in Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
And
Beautiful.
Anika,
here.
you're in Florida.
Well,
And I'm in
Washington's
Florida.
beautiful too.
So there you go.
Like
My uncle lives in Washington. It's quite
And
nice there.
where are you, Redo? Where are you from? Oh, wrong one. Let's see what she said. Ash says, "Yo, Anika, did you see the new Uno episode? So happy to see the party having fun."
right? Like that was probably the worst, like not the worst part because people were losing their jobs. But it was like up and down, up, down, down. I'm like, when they're releasing people, I think the person releasing people, Nick Khan, he had no clue what was going on. Cause like it was like, bruh, this dude, bruh, and we was like, bruh.
Nate's happy that Athena won. I think the hell yes is for Athena winning the title. And Redo is from California, which is where I'm originally from. I'm raised in California, so I just moved to I moved to Washington a while ago, but
I lived in Cali for a year.
where?
San Diego.
Okay, yeah, I'm from Northern California, so.
Did you like it?
I loved it. A lot of homeless people though.
Redo says, "Hey, Redo says he's coming to your neck of the woods. He says he's moving to Florida next year."
I like so far, like I have no thoughts of moving anywhere else. I really don't.
You like Florida?
I like Florida, and I'm a homebody, so it was like
I like where I live.
Are you? I mean, were you born? Are you born and raised in Florida, or are you
I
just?
am the only one in my immediate family born and raised in Florida. Everyone else was born in Chicago.
Okay.
And I thought I was born in Chicago until I was 10, and then the director born. I'm like, why? Why would you tell me that? I thought we was all together in this, but okay, fine.
I have taken quite a few vacations to Florida.
Nate says,
I'm very happy with where I live. Like, if
Yes,
y'all are bored and don't have anything better to do, feel free to Google Ozark or Merrimack.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's beautiful here.
Nate says, "Yeah, Athena, hometown girl. She's so underused. I hope this is the start of a push for her."
Someone said it in 0 hour, the chat. They're like something. It was like she looks sexier as a heel, and I'm like, you know what? It suits her way better. It really, like right now, what her mindset and how she moves, it's suiting her way better than her. Not saying being a TV bopper baby face, but as a baby face, she didn't have any direction. She didn't have really any goals. Like it was Jade, but that was a 3-minute match. Moving on.
How long is this show gonna go?
Well, it felt like 2 hours. Then yesterday they're talking about, well, this match, also this match, and adding this match as well. It was like, what the? Do the wrestlers know they're wrestling today?
Blue says this is the match he's here for. This is the one he was most interested in.
Deadline's coming on in like 3 hours.
So. Yeah, Deadline comes on at 5. This will end before Deadline. Ash says, "Wow, Nika."
What I'm saying is, we may not be ending the stream between the two shows. The stream might just stay concurrent.
He says, "You're from the same place that The Rock is from." I mean, that's where he says he's from.
Oh no, he's from Miami / Pensacola. My sister was so mad because we went to WrestleMania when it was in Orlando in 2017, and she was like she had her mind set like, okay, The Rock coming out. I'm like, just because he's from here doesn't mean he's going to be here. You know how many?
Right?
Like she was so let down. I'm like, no, I don't even know why you thought that.
Not to mention he's probably in LA. Like,
I was planning on making dinner between the two shows.
Okay, what are you planning on making?
Oh, I don't know.
Like,
Review says,
I was saying, like, if it's like 30, like if it's 10 minutes, you can shut it off and then come back on, or do like this where it's like turn your camera off, but we can still hear you. Like that'll be all right too if you want. If you're that hungry.
well, we're gonna have to come. We're gonna have to at least shut this stream down and start the new stream because they created them in two different streams. So we'll have to. We'll be gone for at
Yeah.
least 5 minutes or so. But yeah. Review says, "Is it me or does all the AEW talent in this show get booked for the W?"
So far,
It's been that way so far.
I mean, that's the way I expected it to go for the most part. So
Yeah.
That still sucks though. Like I said, the fix is so easy. Just put them on TV.
Yeah.
Like okay. So
Dem
Dynamite-
Boys versus FTR. This is where it's gonna.
Quietly, this could be the match of the night right here.
I'm very surprised. It feels early, right? I feel like
Yeah.
this is real early for this match.
Yeah, I think so. But I think it's probably just because Shane Taylor Promotions is new to the crowd to a certain extent, and the AEW crowd. I mean, not new to anybody that's been watching wrestling for a long time, but or whatever, Ring of Honor or whatever. But
Well, hopefully it's not positioned where it's a pee break match.
yeah,
Definitely don't do that.
No doubt.
I'm probably, if I'm guessing, I think the best match of the night is going to be that double doggy style match.
Nate thinks this is going to be the climax of the show.
Oh no, we're gonna just sit in this for a minute.
We're just going to sit in this for a minute.
I said it. I said it.
Why though?
He said it. He said it. This is like last night when you said they just hit it twice and moved on.
Okay, that was CM's mind. My mind, like I heard it as well, but I could just if she could have just held on a little closer, we could have just bypassed it.
Modus operandi.
That's funny.
Mm.
I make these banners and then it takes me hours to find. I can't find them. I'm searching. I'm like, I know I made one for this match. God damn it.
And like that. When I have
CM's,
to start the stream,
CM's
I'm
not
just
happy.
like, where's ALW shit at? Where's ALW shit
Right?
at? Oh, there it is.
CM's not happy that Athena won. She's crying.
And understandably, like Mercedes is bomb. Mercedes, but again, they didn't have her on TV enough. They don't have much besides Samoa Joe, who really isn't RoH. They didn't have most of these people on TV, which is a disservice to them.
What?
What?
Samoa Joe is an RoH? He's the lifeblood of RoH.
In his heart, but who's paying him is AEW. Like in my mind, if he's not on AEW, I'm gonna put somebody in the throat. It's like when I heard he got hired, I'm like, oh, him on AEW, not worse the one RoH.
I am so down for a belt collector Joe run right now.
Ash says, do y'all remember what the first piece of wrestling merch y'all bought was? His was a Randy Orton t-shirt out of nowhere. He wore it when he hit Brock Lesnar with the RKO before their SummerSlam match. I'm going to be totally honest with you. I don't know if I'm a bad wrestling fan. I don't think I've ever owned or bought a piece of wrestling merchandise in my life. I don't own one wrestling shirt. I don't own anything wrestling oriented as far as anything like that.
The first for me would be my action figures that I had as a child. So I had Hulk Hogan, Scott Steiner, Goldberg, Kevin Nash, and I think The Rock.
I think the only thing... Go ahead. Sorry.
That's a nice set. That's a nice WCW set.
I was just saying, I think the only thing I've ever bought was WWE ice cream bars.
For like, I'm with you. I'm with you. I was a child who didn't ask for stuff, and so even then, I'm like, I didn't really want anything that much to ask for it. But like, I'm not a merchandise person like that. Like, oh, okay, so you see my wall, it's straight up WC. Like, I wasn't that person. But my first WrestleMania was Atlanta 2011, and wait, not even then. Jesus, wait, okay. I think the first merch I bought was actually WrestleMania 30, 2014, and they bought me the classic HBK red shirt heartbreak, and we had, of course, the WrestleMania hat. And that's probably the first merchandise piece of merch I bought. Oh, my parents bought for me.
No, now that you mentioned it, Sammy, I think I might have had a wrestling action figure. Probably, like my parents probably bought me one when I was young. But myself, once I actually had a job and started like earning money and buying my own shit, I don't think I bought any. I've been doing a fair amount of shows. That's not true. I bought like a fuck. I went to a TNA show in like 2005, and I bought some sort of like they had a program that you could buy at the show for like $10 or something. I think that's like the extent of it. And I still have it because that's the one that Matt Hardy and now the racist Brian Kendrick signed. But at the time, I was a huge The Brian Kendrick fan, so him and Jeff Hardy both signed it. So I have that somewhere, but I think
Yeah.
that's it. I don't have any
In
wrestling shirts. I've never owned a
in middle
wrestling shirt.
school, I had 4 wrestling T-shirts. I remember 2 of them: Undertaker and John Cena.
Oh, that's pretty
There you
good.
go.
The
Nate
other
says,
2, I'm guessing Batista, and the last one might have been Rey Mysterio, but I wouldn't put money on it.
Nate says
Now
he
my
had 2, one from Impact Slammiversary and when AEW came for the first time.
all right. Like now for my niece was a huge AJ Lee fan, so my
Mhm.
parents got her the Divas butterfly belt. I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. And of course the nephews had I want to say no, they bought the Undertaker and his gear from WrestleMania where he was going against CM Punk, and it was
Okay.
the bat wings and the whole cake thing. It's like, all right, this is for y'all, but y'all better not lose bad.
Whoa!
Certainly dates myself though, saying I had a John Cena shirt in middle school, huh?
Yes, definitely. It tells you just how young you actually are. But did you guys just see Keith Lee catch Shane Taylor out of midair? Like, holy shit. And Shane Taylor looks like he's in a little bit better shape. He's looking a little bit thinner these days. It's
Like,
very
no,
rare that you
that's
see
true.
somebody in the ring that's bigger than Shane Taylor, and Keith Lee is a little bit bigger than Shane Taylor right now.
It's probably gonna work real great for him right now.
Right? Yep. He says, Blue says, Battle of the Sick Boys. No doubt. Ash says, I have only 3 wrestling t-shirts. First was the Randy Orton t-shirt. Second was the Cody Rhodes Bullet Club t-shirt. And third was All Elite Baby Adam Cole. I have a friend who's a big wrestling fan, and I swear, I don't know that he has a
You,
shirt. Well, his only 2 shirts are either a wrestling shirt or a heavy metal shirt. Like, he's got every wrestling shirt you can possibly imagine. Like,
you
since he
know,
started
instead
watching
of
in like the 80s, too. It's amazing.
instead of it being Batista and Rey Mysterio, it could have been Edge and Randy Orton that I had T-shirts of. Like, it's hard to remember. Like,
I'm not going to lie, this is terrible. But when I was younger, like, wrestling was a very fringy type of thing, and I honestly didn't want to get teased for wearing a fucking wrestling T-shirt. So a lot of times I didn't wear one. I mean, it is
Okay, we had the same freaking childhood because
yeah,
I was part of the Attitude Era. I loved it, but as soon as a boy was which quoted The Rock and the girls were teasing him, I was like, oh yeah, but yes, if you smell. Okay, I'm
right,
sorry. I really want to think.
no
I
doubt.
didn't give a shit. I was the kid listening to Motorhead on my Walkman, wearing an Undertaker T-shirt. Like, if they had a problem with me, I didn't care.
This is the best comment ever, dude. Keith Lee is such a gem. I just want to take a pic with him and just hug him so cuddly.
He's the biggest little teddy bear.
He's just a big bear cat.
I I like some of the videos I've seen of him and Mia on
Like on the
YouTube.
ship or they were on a boat a couple times.
Like no, like making dinner and just
Oh,
hanging out.
yeah, I saw him on a boat, like a picture of them on a boat going somewhere doing
Like
something.
like the two of them are just so entertaining, and it's wholesome seeing them just interact together.
And just so
Because
chill too.
you never see it on TV, but just
Right? No doubt.
Yeah. The
I
dark
said
era.
it for the cringe effect.
Like the dark times when Vince didn't think Keith like jeez, like what is you looking at, Vince? What is you seeing? And like we said, like last night at Rampage, it's like really NXT when they could be called up, just leave them alone. Just let them book them solid for a good 2 months and leave them alone.
I don't understand. I mean, I guess maybe from a business perspective, I get the whole wanting to rebrand people, but like wrestling fans know wrestlers. Like you're not fooling us. Like you're not, you know what I mean? And it's dumb,
Yeah.
especially when it's in your own fucking company. It's one thing if you take a guy from Impact or AEW or New Japan and want to rebrand him. That's one thing. It's a different thing when it's in your fucking company and all you're doing is moving him from one show to the other and you rebrand him. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
Yeah.
like you want us to treat Dabo Kato like he's a different guy, like
Right?
fuck.
Like forget all his matches in MMA and all his wins and his loss and his win record.
Actually, I still can't believe that Luke Owens D got to hang out with him.
It's like I picture myself in these these come on, Big Keith. Like I remember like these scenarios of meeting a superstar, and it really is like, how do you act? Do you want to be straight up a fan or kind of get some kind of demeanor? Like when I went to WrestleMania in New Orleans, we went to get something to eat, right? And right beside us was Cat was Kazarian and Christopher Daniels.
Nice.
And so I looked, I'm like,
what the
my
fuck?
sister saw in my eyes, like, what's wrong? I'm like, nothing's wrong.
Nothing.
And she kept pounding, I'm like, over there. It's just like, and of course it's like I don't like shit. Like they're having dinner, and I kind of with Kazarian. I'm like, it's like so he knew I was a fan.
You know you want to just run over there and be like, yo, and you just don't want to interrupt their meal. And like,
and also it was WrestleMania. Like, why are y'all over here
right
at WrestleMania? Right? So I wasn't sure if they're doing a thing or anything.
Okay.
Wow, Keith Lee just had Shane Taylor on his shoulders. Holy shit! Oh, and Swerve is unconscious.
That I'm not taking that kick from Swerve, man. I'll
right?
say that many times I need to say it.
Right?
But yeah, but finally my sister pushed me to it, and it was like, oh my god, I'm such a fan. And like, and then her freaking battery died in her phone. So it was like, oh my god, I couldn't get a picture. But it was still like an awesome moment when she finally pushed me to say hi.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
What did you do?
Oh boy.
My phone is janky. I see Swerve on the floor. How did he knock out Swerve?
I'm ahead of you. Whoa.
Shane Taylor actually knocked him out on accident. Or not on accident, but. Uh-oh. Here we go. This is it.
What's going to happen?
It's the heel turn. Here we go.
I don't want no.
Right?
I haven't reached the heel turn.
I know ahead of me, LW.
No, you don't see. You don't see.
Oh, I see it now. I just saw it.
Okay.
Pretty sure not there yet.
Okay.
Right now, Keith Lee's on the floor. Oh, he's walking away. No!
Yeah. Swerve is just abandoning him.
It was an accident.
That's got to be the heel
turn.
turn.
In the lead.
That's got to be the heel turn.
It was an accident.
I think this might be the first time you've been ahead of everybody at ALW.
That might be true. Oh!
Don't do it!
Here we go!
Do or die!
Oh my god! That fucking Death Valley driver was insane!
Wait! I'm not there yet!
Sorry.
Oh, I'm there. Oh!
That was nasty. That was huge. Interesting.
I think I'm
So
way behind. I just saw a kick, and I see now. I see. Oh, okay. Oh, keep one, two. Oh, okay. So that wow, what the? Okay, I have thoughts. Let's talk about it.
Ash says, real quick, Ash says, I freaking hate when they call Seth freaking Rollins Seth freaking Rollins. They're trying to make his name like Bret the Hitman Hart. Like, man.
Oh, yeah.
This
That
CM says
was
this is awkward to just hear and not watch.
I've done it a couple of times on on AEW because I have not yet seen a full AEW pay-per-view yet. So when I like watch along, watching with y'all, it'd be hilarious.
Right? It is weird to just listen and not be watching.
Right?
Blue says Big
Man,
Bang Attack.
Gates of Agony versus the Boys. Here
Yes.
we go.
Okay, so back to this match.
Yes.
He does a turn, but Keith Lee still wins.
Right?
Huh?
Yeah, kind of interesting. And honestly, like, I wonder if Swerve's going to join Shane Taylor. I mean, I kind of hope that I was kind of hoping that Keith Lee would join Shane Taylor, but clearly they beat him down afterwards, so that doesn't look like that's happening.
If it's a turn, shouldn't Shane Taylor win? It's like,
Right?
what?
Yeah. No. I mean, in theory, I mean,
I think this is a big push for Keith Lee, though. It shows him being strong, being dominant, that he didn't need Swerve.
yeah.
Yeah, but on the other hand, like what homeboy say, it's like right now, RoH straight up wrestlers are taking L's, and that's not really a good thing.
You think FTR is going to go 3-0?
I don't know.
The record shows they shouldn't.
Yeah, I don't. I think that's probably the toughest match to call, honestly, on the card. I mean, I don't. Just because I don't. It's one of the hardest ones I think for myself to fit into like Tony Khan's thinking because I just don't know what he's
Yeah,
thinking.
like
I mean,
yeah, it's
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't necessarily think that they should be 3-0, but at the same time, I don't know. Like I was saying yesterday, I feel like FTR is better suited to be the champions if you're trying to get a TV deal and get ROH established, just because they're less controversial than the Briscoes.
it's weird to
But
be on
if they're
this
not,
side. You go first.
but if they're not getting a TV deal and they're just going to be online, might as well let it be the Briscoes because
I
the
agree.
Briscoes can hold the fort down and FTR can focus on other things.
I agree. Ash says, "Welcome to my world. That's how I've been watching pay-per-views since Rock and Cena 2. So,
Yeah,
That's a lot of boys. That's a lot of boys.
The Cena,
right?
come on, Triple H's reign of terror. Cena had a reign of terror that was his ass. But like it's like I said, it's weird to be a fan on this side of wanting to know all the behind the scenes stuff because it does put a factor in who should win and who should lose.
Yeah.
Because like facts, if ROH had a TV deal,
all right,
the question really is, can them boys be on TV? And that really should be if they should be champion or not. That really is the facts.
Yeah. No, I agree. Nate says if ROH TV is coming, I think FTR drops them to the Briscoes. Briscoes can hold down an ROH. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what Tony Khan's thinking. Like I said, the Briscoes are pretty polarizing, like, and fairly controversial, where FTR doesn't have those issues. So I'm not sure. I guess it kind of depends on what network he's trying to get a show with and what they're asking for and what they're looking for. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
If he gets a TV show, it's going to be really interesting to see where it is. What,
that
like where on the dial it's going to be. Is it going to be on TNT or TBS, or is it going to be on Access TV, or you know what I'm saying? Like
does Turner have a third
True
channel
TV
that they have incognito?
True TV.
True TV. Oh,
CM says they can be on TV. Folks don't care, to be honest.
They're also owned by Discovery now too. So there's like
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
20
I mean,
channels.
that's Ash says you all know that the networks aren't big fans of the Briscoes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I think if there's a reason that FTR is going to hold the belts, if they're looking for a TV deal for Ring of Honor, then FTR is better with the belts for that than the Briscoes are. At least I'm sure that's how Tony Khan's thinking.
I definitely see ROH on True TV. Like that's really a nice cushion for them to go. There's a whole lot of
They're moving away from scripted television though. So like that's really going to change things up, especially for channels like Comedy Central and Cartoon Network.
Yeah.
If they're not going to have scripted television anymore.
Yeah. Like no, like now True TV still has what you call it, Impractical Jokers. So no, I think that'll be the perfect setup because like even though it's wrestling and we know it's scripted, the people watching it's still like a scripted reality show more than like a scripted television show. So it's still in the realm. It's still in the realm of what True TV is doing, in my opinion.
I love Dalton Castle and the boys.
I mean, I guess they could just make every match a shoot match.
What I was gonna say? No, man. Dalton Castle versus Jericho. That was like, if you don't know who he is, the promo, the Peacock boy, the Peacock ninjas, it's just like Peacock energy. Like, what is going on? I'm here for all of it, but what is going on?
Like,
Dalton Castle's great.
I'm just gonna say it though. Like, if Discovery is looking into doing a all shoot style wrestling TV show, please give us Eddie Kingston versus Sammy Guevara to start it off.
That's too much insurance, though. That's way too much insurance. It's like Allstate be like, yes, give us this check. Yes, every 3 months inspection. Oh, he got a broken leg. Yes, interest rates up. Let's go.
Oh, Ash says, okay, gotta go, peeps. I need to sleep at 6 a.m. here. Haven't slept since 3 p.m. yesterday. Get some rest, sir. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate
boo-boo. Thanks for coming.
And again, anytime you want to come on, by all means, you're always welcome, sir.
Me and Ash sound like two birds of a feather.
Right?
I used to do it, man, but not anymore. My body is on a schedule now.
I'm too old to stay up all night anymore.
My body's just randomly like, nah, you're not going to be able to sleep for the next 40 hours. Enjoy.
Because, like, Wrestle Kingdom, I am tempted, like, if I'm not doing anything that, come on, assume it's on a Saturday night, Sunday morning, if I'm not doing anything, I really would be up to watching that. Don't know how. Take a nap at 7 and wake up and get that strong Starbucks coffee.
Ash says Eddie versus Sammy versus CM Punk shoot style wrestling.
Sammy Punk.
Sammy Punk.
Eddie's gonna kill everybody. That's how that's gonna go down.
Thank you, sir. OG Tyler. Welcome. Thanks for subscribing. Welcome.
Yes.
Happy to have you.
Yeah, that's how that's gonna turn out. Eddie's just gonna kill everybody. He doesn't care. You pay him to do it? Yeah.
Yep.
What's a random match you'd like to see?
Like, for people,
you got to be a little more specific than that.
All time, just two people you would have liked to have seen wrestle at one point in time.
Holy
that never
shit.
did.
Oh man. Honestly, this is gonna sound really weird. I mostly because he's not supposed to be named. I would have loved to have seen Chris Benoit wrestle Daniel Bryanson. Brian Danielson.
That would have
the Dragon versus the Crippler. I think that would be insane. I'd love to see HBK wrestle Kenny Omega.
We had already mentioned earlier AJ Styles and HBK. So instead of saying that, I'm actually going to go Haku and Mike Tyson. Yes. Haku versus Mike Tyson.
See, and I thought you were being serious. Like,
I am
versus
being
Mike
serious.
Tyson.
I would love to have seen
Look it.
Haku versus Mike Tyson.
So I
Yep,
think
there
welcome
we
in,
go.
Ken. I
Boom.
think Ken's new to the show, so welcome. We're happy to have you here. He wants you to take the pure title off of Garcia. Which I mean we talked about that last night. I picked Garcia, but I'd be okay with you to winning.
Yeah. But no,
There's a lot of good matches. I would love to see The Rock versus Ricky Starks.
ooh. But
I'd love to see that promo battle. I'd like to see The Rock versus MJF. That promo battle would be insane.
But you know what? It was 2012. CM CM Punk was in a alright. I'm trying to think of it too hard, but yeah. It was a promo between CM Punk and HBK. They're in Montreal.
Mm-hmm.
And they were both just marking the fans out.
Yeah.
And you can tell CM Punk wanted it. He like off the mic, he was like, Sean, one more match. It was like,
thank you so much, Ken, for the subscription.
I think, I just think the chips on their shoulder, the whole manipulating the fans, the whole story behind CM Punk versus HBK would have just been juicy. I would have loved to have seen that straight up.
Dean Malenko versus Zack Sabre Jr. Could you imagine? Pete Dunne versus Zack Sabre Jr. I'm in for Pete Dunne versus Zack Sabre Jr. Dean Malenko versus Pete Dunne. I mean,
now that can still happen. Pete Dunne
Kurt
versus
Angle.
Yeah.
That's still can happen. Pete Dunne versus Zack Sabre Jr.
Owen Hart, Kurt Angle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge fan of Owen Hart. I was never a big fan of Kurt Angle. So for me, dream matches, Kurt Angle doesn't really register. But
huge Kurt Angle fan here.
Yeah.
Sammy, we already established what ALW's preference of wrestler is. We're not going to go down that rabbit hole one more time.
I want to see Keith Lee versus Andre the Giant.
I can see that. Like, okay, not to sound
Keith Lee
young,
dancing circles around him, running around the ring. Yeah, it'd be fun.
Nothing like seeing Keith Lee be the smaller, quicker man. Like just that juxtaposition of seeing somebody that much bigger than Keith Lee.
What I just thought of yesterday, I want to see Miro versus Walter.
Yeah.
That would, just big funky men slapping me. I know I said it wrong, but I like that one part better.
Are you calling me? I think she's referring to me as a hater, but
I'm pretty sure she's talking about you.
Oh yeah, here we go. Greg
the
Valentine
Briscoes versus the Briscoes.
Right? Over custody of the name?
Over custody of the name.
Someone can't be the Briscoes afterwards? Like that's a stipulation?
One of the Briscoes has an E.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, but still, like it would be funny if it was over the last name, like
the pristine Briscoes versus the grungy Briscoe. Like y'all disappointing the name. Y'all disappointing the name. Let's
go. Yeah.
Dustin and Cody was so good, right? Dustin and Cody was so good. Could you see either Dustin or Cody against Dusty? Like dad versus son? Like there's something there that might be decent with either of them. Like just the whole idea.
This is crazy to say. They're both great.
Yeah.
But personality wise, they still can't touch their daddy.
Oh no. Dusty's a one of a kind personality wise. I mean he's
so I would think it had to be a triple threat.
There you go.
It needs to be a triple threat match.
That'd be amazing. That'd be insane.
You all have a parent that was into wrestling?
No.
Huh?
I did not. Neither of my parents were into wrestling. No.
Well, like it's like y'all know the story I told about my mom freaking out about the Von Erich dude coming on TNA, and when I was like, oh, what? It was like, but no, my dad had the remote, and if it wasn't Monday Night Football, it was on Raw. it was definitely a good time. I think, and like I look back at it, either my parents were responsible parents or they were quick on the draw, because the bunch of the nasty stuff that I see in the the Attitude Era video packages, I'm like, I don't remember that. I was like, so were they just quick on the draw, or was it like we just didn't watch that episode? I really
So Ash says HBK, Y2J, Adam Cole, and Dolph Ziggler are all in their prime. And then CM says we saw that. I'm not sure what she's talking. She can't be talking about that match, because that match definitely hasn't happened. Not all in their prime. I don't even think it's ever happened. Not all in their prime. So she must be talking about a different match. And she says her dad was a wrestling fan. So, I mean,
right?
my dad never stopped me from watching wrestling, and he would watch a little bit when I watched it, but he definitely wasn't like a fan, and he wasn't the one that brought me to it by any means.
So, your mom's favorite was the Von Erichs.
Her favorite show was NWA down south. Like, so it was the Four Horsemen. It was Dusty. It was those guys.
Yeah.
For my dad, his favorite was Jack Briscoe in the NWA.
Do either of you guys remember this? When did Dusty wrestle Dustin?
Well, it was on AEW, right? But it wasn't on. It wasn't on TV.
No.
This
That's
was
Cody.
before they had a TV.
That's Cody versus Dustin. Cody.
When
did Dusty wrestle Dustin? We're gonna have to see him tell us when that happened, because I don't remember.
I know that they did a tag team match together against CM Punk and Abdullah the Butcher.
Right. I think they've wrestled together. I think they wrestled together a couple times as a tag team.
And I know that during that match, CM Punk and Dustin never touched.
But I don't remember Dusty and Dustin wrestling. I mean, I don't doubt CM. I just don't remember it. I don't.
That might be like in the deep archives of WCW. That's what I feel like. That's what I feel like. Like right before it became the 1990s and the Wolfpack came.
Interesting. She says back in the territory days. So yeah, I mean, probably true. I mean, yeah.
Breaking your son in before anyone else can.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably true. But I mean, for what it's worth, I mean, I would love to see it again, like on TV, and actually, where I can appreciate it.
What was Dustin's name? Was it 6? Was it 7? It was something like that.
When?
WCW?
Yeah.
Oh. What was
I
it?
feel like you're on the same. I feel like you're on the right track. I just can't be there with
I think
you
it was like
right
6
now.
or 7.
I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, he dropped that very quickly.
Like he definitely wasn't Dusty. He was like he definitely wasn't Gold Dust. It was
no.
Yeah.
They did those vignettes. They finally got him down to the ring, and immediately he gets to the ring and he just starts shitting on everything that they're trying to do.
And I can't disagree.
This idea is stupid.
If it doesn't make sense, it's like, and that's the best way. That's the best way to do it. Because if you ask, you're probably gonna say no. It's better to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission. Like, okay, yeah, I'll do that. Okay. Boom.
He was 7.
Sepsi, yeah.
He's been Gold Dust, Black Rain, Dustin Rhodes, Dustin Runnels, Dusty Rhodes Jr., Gold Dustin, Gold Dust, and I said Gold Dust already, and Steven. Or 7, sorry. Those are all his different names. I love Gold Dustin.
Gold Dustin.
That's terrible.
I
remember when he was Dustin Runnels when he was there with Terry Runnels.
I hope who was the one who finally said baby? Just be Gold Dust.
Right. What do you got going on here? Somebody's fighting. Oh, Top Flight is taking it to somebody. I missed it. Who's that they're fighting with? Oh, it's 2.0. They're fighting. They're having more.
Is the Castle versus the MC match still going?
No, it's over.
Yeah. Oh, who won?
Sammy? Because we totally missed the pin. Don't tell us all 3 of us missed the fucking winner of that match. This is a high quality watch along here, folks.
I have a reason. My phone is janky, and I'm on a tab. I'm on my tablet with y'all. So that's my excuse.
And Sammy won't even look at the screen right now. His head is just down. Yeah, honestly, I'm sorry. Thanks everyone for tuning in, and we have no idea who just won that last match.
Hey! This is a watch along. You're
Right, y'all
not
should be
gonna-
watching also, so y'all should know.
Exactly. We're not supposed to be reporting this to y'all. It's a watch
But
along. So
but if
someone
somebody in the chat would tell us who won, that'd be
I'm
awesome.
gonna say Gates of Agony because that's who I had to win. But like,
Ken
Oh my
says, my dad
God.
took me in the early 70s, Buffalo Auditorium, saw the original Chic, stood next to Ernie Ladd, went all the time. Fast forward 2017, now I take my grandson. That's amazing. I have a grandson. I'm hoping to take him to wrestling shows soon enough here, as soon as he's old enough to understand. So,
Oh my
yeah, that's
God.
amazing. He said,
No,
was
no,
checking
no.
on my ribs. What did I miss? The same thing we missed. Whoever won the Dalton Castle match. Oh, here we go. Thanks, Nate. Nate says
Yeah.
the embassy won. So,
Yay! RoH won. Finally. Okay.
that's awesome.
you know, I think that I would be down to watch Top Flight versus Top Guys any day of the week, every week,
Yeah.
forever.
Ooh.
Yep.
Right?
Oh,
Like I wouldn't need to see them do anything else. They could just wrestle each other every week, and I'd just be cool with it. All right, yeah.
just 2 months of healthy, good matches, and then we'll get into a decent program.
I don't need a program. Just give them a best of 27 series.
20,
Let's see how it goes.
27
Mhm.
matches. Y'all beat
20
the first 10.
a best
There's
of 27 series.
So we're going to do another 17. Oh my gosh. I'm still on we missed it. Oh my gosh. Okay, so what is now on the television? Because again,
I have
watching
Blackpool
it.
Combat Club.
Doing the interview?
No,
Just talking?
no.
What are they doing? They go down the ring.
Yuna's coming down to confront 2.0.
Yeah, Yuta's coming down to get 2.0 out of the ring. I think it's going to be Wheeler Yuta versus Garcia here. I think that's what's coming up next.
So is Moxie there with them?
No, it's just Yuta right now. I think Yuta, like I said, was just coming down to bridge the gap between that Top Flight 2.0 melee and the Wheeler Yuta match. That's next. My stream just cut out.
Yeah, mine too.
Sweet.
Oh, man.
Oh, good. So it's everybody then. Did you pay for it, Sammy?
The BCC were all together on Rampage, right? And I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, Mox don't have a match, but if they want to do something impromptu with him on RoH,
I think everybody's lost
down
signal.
for that.
Yeah. I think this is a Ring of Honor issue at the moment. Oh, it's back now.
Mm.
That was really weird.
Whew.
Garcia's coming down to the ring now.
Okay, here we go.
So Ken says he says we have front row for Empire State Wrestling in Buffalo, and we both never saw anything with Garcia. We don't miss a show. That's cool.
Like, honestly, I want to go to like one of these indie shows. But I want to go to a GCW show or even the NWA. I just want to see what it's about. I just want to be there in the feel of things.
I think it's both on Fight TV and Bleacher Report. So, yeah, Blue says I believe it's on. Nate says the legal one.
I went to Fight. I didn't see it.
Snitches.
Okay. So then maybe it's just on Bleacher Report.
Well, I don't know. Because I didn't immediately saw it, and I was like,
I mean, I know that Ring of Honor in the past has been on Fight. I mean, I know you can watch old Ring of Honor episodes and stuff on Fight. So
because I had Discord up, so like it was pretty easy for me to just press 3 buttons.
All right.
Oh,
All
here we
right.
go. Starting off with the back and forth elbows.
Okay. It's 5:20. I gotta go adult. I gotta go to
Okay.
work.
All right.
I'm glad to stop by. This was awesome.
Thanks for coming
Have
in.
fun. Focus more on the matches.
Don't work too hard.
Bye.
Peace. All right. Yeah.
All right, you gonna starting with the advantage here? Oh, maybe not.
Nate says going to a GCW show would be amazing. Yeah, I think so too. They look like a ton of fun for sure.
All
No?
right,
Sammy says no?
it depends on the GCW show.
Oh, I'm sure.
Like,
I'm
what
sure.
are you after? Like, are you there for comedy? You would probably want to go to the Joey Janela Spring Break deal that they do.
Mhm.
If you're looking for violence, I would go with Bloodsport. But if you're looking for death matches, well, you'd probably want to take a trip to Philly for when they go to Philly, because that's usually when they get the light tubes out.
Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling though, no matter what GCW show you go to, it's probably extremely entertaining and fun.
It depends on what you're looking for, because a lot of people, certain GCW shows, you would not feel comfortable. Like, you gotta know if you're getting comedy or you're getting light tubes or you're just getting brutal MMA style, strong style, where
Right.
it feels more shoot. Like, people like different things, and you gotta know what you're going for.
What is the time limit on the pure matches? Do you know? I mean, they've got a
No,
clock running, but I forget. They gave us the rules at the beginning of the match, but the graphic went by too
yeah,
fast. I don't remember
and
what
I
the
can't
time
hear.
limit
Yeah,
is. Oh,
I don't know what he hit him with, but is that legal?
I don't know. Probably not. Oh, I love it. Kenny Garcia squished his head in the turnbuckle, and then Wheeler Yuta squished his head in the turnbuckle. Oh, both of these guys need a little bit more personality. I really like them both in the ring. They both need a little work on the promo and the personality angle. Neither is what I would call a really great talker. I think Daniel Garcia is a little bit better on the mic than Wheeler Yuta, but
I think Pillman Jr. is a little better than both of them.
oh yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I'm a little
But
disappointed that
I
we don't.
also think both of them are a little better than Pillman Jr. in the ring. So
Yeah, I agree with that too. I want to know why Pillman Jr. has been off TV for a long time. It feels like. I mean, I guess him and Griff had a match not too long ago. I think it was on Dark Elevation. I want to say like 3 weeks ago,
did,
maybe a month ago.
did they break up?
Nope, they're still together. They're just now.
Oh,
They're not the Varsity Blondes anymore. I think they're just the Varsity
that's
or
right.
something because they lost the blonde's
The
name to I forget. Yeah, they lost the
well,
right to call themselves Varsity Blondes. So
which I think is stupid, but
stupid.
whatever. Uh,
Oh, CM
you know what
says
I?
I guess 60 minutes. So interesting. That's a long time. They need to let Garcia talk his ish because he's good. Yeah, I mean, maybe they just don't let him. Maybe they've been too restrictive on his promos. I don't know. I mean, but just Yuta lacks confidence. Mm, maybe.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you what I think.
Oh, that's what it is. Sorry, they lost varsity. They are the blondes. That's right. They lost varsity part to Woods and Nice because they're the varsity athletes now. That's right.
I think Pillman needs a new tag team partner.
Yeah, I think Pillman probably needs a break from tag team. He probably just needs a little bit of a singles run on his own. Like
I think he needs a new tag team partner,
who?
and the person who I think is Jungle Boy.
Yeah, I wouldn't
And
necessarily be mad at that.
if they could, I think they should try and get the name of the Hollywood Blondes. I don't. And you might have to talk to Triple H about that now.
Right.
Willing to, because I think
Um,
that they own the copyright for it. Well, I don't know because copyrights run out, and it's been what 30 years.
yeah, yeah, it's been a long time since they've
Like,
used that name. Yeah, and I don't know how long the copyright lasts, but they probably still need WWE's permission. But um,
but
yeah, I
that
don't
was
know.
Pillman and Stone Cold.
The Nepo babies. That's what she wants them called. CM wants them called the Nepo babies.
I think Jungle Boy is gonna be a star in the future.
I do too. I do too.
And I think him and Pillman would pair well together because Pillman's more of a talker, and Jungle Boy he can go in that ring. Like,
Yeah. No, I mean I don't necessarily think there's anything wrong with that. I mean I think it would probably elevate Pillman Jr. to be in a tag team with a guy like Jungle Boy who's over. And yeah, I mean the only issue that I would have is that I think that Jungle Boy is a really good singles wrestler, and I'm kind of interested in seeing him just get a singles run. I mean, but if they're not going to push him, if they're going to um they're not going to push him, then yeah, put him in a tag team and let him, let him do that. I mean, that I'm in for. Hey, it looks like we got another new person. Sweet. Thanks, Tyson. Thanks for subscribing and hitting that like button. We appreciate it. Thanks for being here with us. Now you got a lot of choices, so thanks for choosing Workhorse, and we appreciate it. Keep them comments coming, and yeah,
I wouldn't mind seeing Jungle Boy going for the pure title.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's right. I mean, you don't. There's this whole debate about what's too many titles and what's not enough. Like it feels like sometimes there's only three titles for 150 people to compete over. It's like fuck. But at the same time, like when you have too many titles, it waters them all down. So there's a fine line. Like I don't know. Yeah, it's tough. It feels like it sometimes AEW needs another title, but then we got the All Atlantic title, and it doesn't do shit. It's just a watered down hunk of garbage for in a lot of respects. I mean, so I don't know. It's tough.
I
I
mean,
think there's room for Jungle Boy at the top of a title picture at some point for sure. I don't know what title that is.
there's only two male titles I could see being added to AEW at this point.
Yeah.
That's a hardcore title of some sort,
Yep.
unsanctioned, lights out, a lights out title, whatever they want to call it. I don't know,
Sure.
but likely that'd go to Mox. Let's be real.
Sure.
So I don't know if they would do that or not. The other thing they could do is a weight limit title, which you could do
Like a cruiserweight title where you can't
I
be
would
over 200 pounds or you can't be over 190 pounds or something. Or
I would do like a 170, 185, like a middleweight title.
yeah, I mean, I would be in for that. I mean, it seems to me that could be very similar to like the X division,
Mm-hmm.
which yeah, I mean, I'm in for that. In many
Jungle Boy,
respects,
Darby Allin.
a lot of times the X division is some of my favorite stuff in Impact. So I mean, I'm definitely in for that kind of an environment for sure, or that kind of a setup. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I
Oh,
think
Dante Martin. Holy
yeah,
shit.
I think AEW could probably have another title. I just don't know. I don't know if it's the right title and it's booked well. I mean, the All Atlantic title leaves me questioning because I don't think it's been booked all that great, and it hasn't done I don't think what they wanted it to do. So I don't know. Then again, not everyone can be champion. Not everyone can wrestle for a title all the time. There's always got to be guys that just wrestle in the mid card too. So it is what it is. Unfortunately, not everyone can be a main eventer or a title holder at some point, unless you have a title like the 24/7 title that everyone can win at any point.
But having a weight class title just makes sense to me because, like, when you have a wrestler who weighs 160 pounds, cruiserweights, and he's having to wrestle somebody who weighs 300 pounds. Like, it doesn't always equal good.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, this is one of my contentions. Like in general, they like to book WWE, especially, is huge on booking giants against cruiserweights. Like, small Rey Mysterio versus Andre the Giant, not Andre the Giant, but Brock Lesnar or whatever. I mean, that's their regular, like, they love to do those kind of things. And for me, I don't like those things. Like,
And that style only works if they're a babyface.
even if they're a babyface, the idea. And don't get me wrong, I realize in real life some weird things
Hmm.
fucking happen. I get that. I've seen real life fights where big dudes have been beat up by little guys. But still, as a general rule in my head, there's no way Rey Mysterio is ever going to beat the Big Show in a real fight. The Big Show will just pick him up and squeeze him. Like, there's no way that actually happens. And so it's completely unbelievable in my brain, even in the wrestling kayfabe world. I don't like it. It's not believable. And so for me, I just don't. I don't like it when they put a really small guy, especially when it's a small guy that wins against a really big guy. I just have an issue with that. I'm not saying it can't happen. I just, as a general rule, I don't think it does, and so it feels unbelievable to me. And I find it very interesting, like on WWE 2K23 or whatever, like when I do the GM mode, Triple H is always telling me, "Oh, you got to have like styles that work together well. Like you want to have a big guy against a little guy, and what? But that doesn't. I'd rather put two cruiserweights together. Those guys work better for me than a big guy versus a little guy. Like, I mean, what are we talking about? I'd rather put
Hmm.
Braun and Walter together than Rey Mysterio and Walter. Although, to be fair, Ilya and Walter has been amazing in there. Ilya's a smaller guy, but Ilya wrestles like a big guy. Ilya doesn't
Hmm.
wrestle like a little guy. Ilya wrestles a big man style for being a little dude, so that's why that works. But yeah, I mean, I don't. So I don't know. I don't buy that a lot.
Ilya Dragunov is the anti Keith Lee.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. That's a great analogy. Wheeler's on the rope and can't get a rope break.
Well, you only get one rope break.
Right, that's what I mean. I think he's already used his rope break. So he's a. This is awesome. He's trying to. Oh, that's a nice little move there. He's
Hmm.
yanking at his nose. Ah, that's awesome. Yeah, both of these guys are really good.
Hmm.
I wouldn't be mad with. I'm not going to be upset with whoever wins, honestly. Stomping the shit out of Wheeler Yuta. I love how they do all these moves now on the ring apron. Wrestling has come so far. Like,
Hmm.
I just remember watching wrestling in the 80s and how unrealistic it used to look. They've just come so far in the way that they do the moves and the amount of moves they do. And
But then you'd also get so many people complaining about it, and that it's not the way it was in the 80s.
yeah, well, those people are dumb. I mean, there's something to be said for like, I kind of understand some of like I guess maybe some of the nostalgia for the 80s, some of the guys were really big personalities, but I think we had those big personalities again a lot in the Attitude Era. I would say that Stone Cold and The Rock, maybe even Mankind, are, equally as, I think they rival Hulk Hogan, Macho Man, Ric Flair for as far as, big personalities,
You
and
didn't
those
name
kind of things.
Shawn Michaels.
And Shawn Michaels, sure, he's right there too, as far as big personality guys go. So, I mean, I don't think that's, for me, that's not really, I don't know. What I don't miss about 80s wrestling is just how fake I feel like it used to look.
Shit.
Yeah, shit. All right. Well, like I said, I wouldn't be mad with whoever won. I mean, I did pick Daniel Garcia last night, but I'm not mad that Wheeler Yuta won.
Now,
And
that was not a tie.
it definitely didn't go 60 minutes. It wasn't a draw. And yeah, I mean, if this is going to be the start of putting all the gold on the Blackpool Combat Club, then I'm in for that. If Claudio wins
I
tonight, I'm in for that.
I thought that the Takeshita match last night should have been stopped.
Yes, I agree with that. I agree with
Like
that.
when
It should
Mox
have been
started
stopped.
doing those elbows to the back of the head,
Yeah,
I was like, if I was the ref, I'd been like, all right, that's good, that's good.
yeah,
But instead, he just went headlock up and down, and then it was over. And I was like, okay, that's fine.
yeah.
I would have called it at the elbow strikes though.
Jim Cornette, am I a fan of Jim Cornette? No. In the scheme of things, I'm not. I mean, I think he's probably a really brilliant wrestling mind, and I think he's a good booker. But from a personal perspective, I'm not a big fan of like his personal beliefs and ideology about things, and his opinion on a lot of things is not appropriate.
I agree with him on some things. I disagree with him on some
Yeah,
things. Uh, like
he's an acquired taste.
if he's talking about anything from like over a decade ago, pretty well agree with him. Anything about today, it's less likely.
Yeah. No, and like
Like
I said, I think he's an
he
amazing
he
wrestling
he will
mind. I mean,
claim that wrestling's not ballet, but if you look at it, some of the
yeah.
best wrestlers are pretty good dancers.
No, I think he's one of those guys that
It,
um
it, I think it's a lot better for a dancer to come into wrestling than it is for an MMA person. A dancer would adapt to it better and quicker.
that's probably true. That's probably true.
Now,
No,
if you're
I
looking
think
for a referee, I'd actually recommend looking at soccer players.
yeah.
They can act like they got hurt by something and pretend they're dead for 5 minutes. Like I've seen them do it. They're very
I've
good at it.
seen them do it. Um, Jim Cornette um has a lot of um interesting takes on stuff that he's definitely polarizing. I think he loves wrestling a lot, and I think he's very intense about wrestling, and I think that he thinks the stuff that he thinks is corny or bad for wrestling he's really opposed to, which I
Hmm.
understand. And I think that's where a lot of that stuff comes from. um,
Like Orange Cassidy.
right, yeah, I mean, he spent his whole life in wrestling doing what he loved and what he took serious, and I think he has a little bit of issue with guys that he feels like maybe don't give it that same respect. I don't know Orange Cassidy at all outside of the ring at all. He might have the greatest reverence for professional wrestling as a person. I don't know. But in the ring, it comes off like he could care less about being a wrestler. And
Orange
for
Cassidy
some
versus
people, that
Trent
can
Seven
turn you
last
off.
night.
Huh?
Orange versus Trent last night. That
Yeah,
was
that was
pretty
amazing.
hype.
It was. It was. And when he gets in the ring and he starts wrestling, he's really good. But I can see how the attitude sometimes of I don't care or this is whatever or like could run people wrong. I mean, it rubs me wrong sometimes. I mean, no doubt about it. Like, well, fuck, dude, if you don't want to be here, then don't fucking be here. I mean, I get that's your shtick, but like, if you don't fucking care, then don't fucking be here. Like, you know what I mean? Then just go away. So but at the same time, I get it's just his shtick. I mean, he's doing it just to get aroused, and it's his character. So I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But
I
and
mean,
he probably
Hook
doesn't feel
does
that way.
something similar, but I like the way that Hook does it.
Yeah,
Like I don't give a shit. Oh, match
right.
started. All right, I'm gonna try and get out of this as quick as possible. Oh, I
Yeah,
won. All right, I'm gonna leave. I'm not gonna raise my hand. I'm out of here.
right. Yeah,
And
yeah.
I
I mean,
dig that of in and out just as quick as possible.
I that is one of the things I like about Hook, um, is that he's kind of a no nonsense, just get in and get out. I don't think we see enough of that. I think we do see way too much, and it's wrestling, so obviously, I mean, it's a show, it's a spectacle, it's entertainment, so they've got to do a lot of pandering and a lot of whatever. So peacocking, I get it, but yeah, I do like it when you see the rare guy that comes in and doesn't do that. I mean, because it's unique and different,
Hmm.
it stands out for sure. And Hook's good at it. He has that kind of look and personality and demeanor that plays well to that. And knowing that he's Taz's son and knowing Taz's attitude, it just lends even more to it. You just
Hmm.
assume, yeah, this dude is really a badass. I mean, his dad's a fucking badass. They both have a chip on their shoulder. They both have nasty attitudes, and yeah, it makes perfect sense. I do think they need to fucking turn the flame up on him. What is going on with Hook, though? I mean, like, he's not doing really anything.
I like that sign. Dim Boys top 5, dead or alive.
I missed it, but yeah, that's a great sign. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be you. It's got to be hard to argue against that for sure.
Well, I mean, we
You'd
did
have a you'd have a
we
harder
did
time
our
arguing
list.
against it than for it, in my opinion.
Were they on our list?
Yes, I think they were. I think they were. I mean, they were definitely on my list. They were in my top 5.
I don't think Hook's light enough. I think he weighs too much.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what Hook weighs, but Hook
I would
would
s-
be perfect for.
I would think he'd be like 190, like about the same weight as Ricky Starks.
He would be perfect for a weight division champion, though.
If you're doing cruiserweight, you could do that though, but
Yeah, no, but just in general, like if you're going to put a belt on him, some sort of a weight limit belt is the kind of belt that is right for him at the moment. Like,
I'm cool with the FTW title.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I just wish that it was defended more and actually. I mean, I know people don't like that. I know people like that it's not sanctioned and that it's kind of on the outskirts, but at the same time,
That's what makes sense of why he doesn't defend it so much is because it's not sanctioned. If it was
right, right,
sanctioned,
right.
more people would be after it.
Sure, no doubt. Um, but sometimes it feels more like a prop than it does like an actual accomplishment per se.
I mean, it, it was a prop from the get go, wasn't it? It's the Taz belt. The only other
Yeah,
person who won it was Sabu for like 30 days, and then Taz won it back.
yeah. No, I mean you're absolutely right. I mean 100% right. Yeah, no, I mean it's changed hands more in AEW than it ever did when Taz had it. No doubt.
Hmm.
No doubt. I'll be very surprised if this is not the match of the night. This was the match on the card I was most excited to see.
Same. I'm gonna go on break.
Okay.
I'll
All right, y'all. Y'all get me alone for a minute. So, yeah, this match has been really good already so far. Already. Oh, Cash is choking the shit out of Jay. Or Mark, I'm sorry. Jay's over there with Dax in the crowd. Oh, wait. Maybe I'm confused. Yeah. Marks the ball when Jay's won't there. Oh, I like this double dog collar idea. Oh, is he gonna whip him with that chain? Oh, wearing him out.
or you could call it what I call it.
Which is
I called it double doggy style.
double. And that's why you come to Workhorse Wrestling Network for takes like that. Welcome to Ring of Honor Final Battle double doggy style match. Oh, Mark Briscoe biting Cash Wheeler. Oh. Crowd chanting, "This is awesome." The crowd loves this, which is great. The crowd has been a good crowd tonight for this show, which always makes the show better, of course. Oh, big back suplex by Dax. Let's see. Ken says if the Briscoes win, I wonder if Tony will have them on the media scrum. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Again, the Briscoes are one of those teams that, like, you got to be careful because if you just give them a live mic, you never know what's going to come out. So, and after the whole all out scrum was CM Punk debacle, like, I don't know. I was kind of surprised that they let MJF come in after he won and give his little post little thing at the media scrum. So I don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, Tony Khan has to be a little leery of giving guys that have a history of being, loose cannons to a certain extent, an open mic at this point, especially after the CM Punk debacle. So I don't know. I'll be watching the media scrum, so I kind of hope. I mean, that they're there. It would make it interesting. I know for some people, the media scrum has become one of their favorite things after the pay per view. I do like the media scrums. I think they're a cool addition to wrestling. Oh my God, Jay is just teeing off with that chain around his hand. Somebody's got to be busted up already. Dax has to be busted up already. Maybe not. So again, this match has been good. I like all four of these guys. My only issue so far is that because it's a double dog collar match where anything goes, all these guys, it's been like two singles matches, and so the cameras had a hard time keeping track of both of them. It feels like I only get to watch one or the other. So that'd be my only complaint so far. No doubt. He definitely should be. That doesn't mean that he should that he was as over anxious to have it happen again. I mean, at least I can't imagine. Maybe he's all in for the chaos. Maybe he loves the drama and the chaos. I'm not sure. Um, Now we've got at least guys back in the ring, so get a little better idea of all of the action. Oh my God, Cash is choking Mark Briscoe. Oh, oh, chain across the midsection. Here it comes again. Oh, Mark is getting whipped by that chain. That can't feel good. That cannot feel good. Oh, using the chain to pull Jay Briscoe into the ring post. Oh, there we go. Doomsday device. Oh, holy shit. FTR with the Doomsday device on Mark Briscoe. Holy shit, he kicked out? Wow, Mark Briscoe just kicked out of the Doomsday device. Holy smokes. I thought for sure when Jay was coming in on the ringside that he was going to save it. I didn't expect Mark to kick out of that. Talk about making Mark Briscoe a little overpowered. Sheesh. That's a huge move to kick out of. Oh. Oh. What is Wheeler doing here? Oh. That's an amazing move there. He's choking Mark Briscoe in the gory special. This is amazing. I thought this would be the best card in the best match in the card, and so far it has not disappointed. Oh, choking the shit out of Mark. Mark's face is a crimson mask, all bloodied up from that chain. Oh, that was cool. Dax got Irish whipped into the chain that Dax or Cash was using to choke Mark. Oh yeah, both the Briscoes are busted up. Both Mark and Jay are busted wide open. I don't see any blood on FTR, but maybe it's just the camera hasn't gotten up close enough. Oh, neck breaker, and Mark's on the top rope. Oh, oh, that was a big kick out. Cash with a big kick out. Yeah, this is awesome. This has been awesome. This has been everything that I hoped it would be, and some.
And dim sum.
And dim sum. I can't believe you took a break during this match.
I got it on my phone.
Oh yeah, there you go. So at least you can watch it. The split screen is so hard to watch. I don't know which side to focus on. Oh. What is Mark about to do here? Mark's got a table on the outside of the ring. He appears to be setting up Cash for something here. Oh! Reverse. What are we at? Can't get him up. Oh. Oh, yeah. Dax is all busted open. I thought he should be. It looked like he would have been. Maybe it's just Cash that isn't bleeding yet. But 3 out of the 4 guys are definitely very bloody. Oh. What is Jay going to do here? Nothing. What's Dax going to do here? Dax on the top rope. Well, second rope. Oh! Dax is wrapping the chain around his head, and he's going to do the flying headbutt. He can't get it around his head. He can't get the chain wrapped around his head because his head is too sweaty. That took a little bit longer than I think it should have, but nonetheless, still a good looking spot. I thought that after he who should not be named had CTE and from all the flying headbutt moves we wouldn't or falling headbutts we wouldn't get that anymore. But kind of surprised people still do it. Mark is laid out outside the ring. Jay and Dax are in the ring. Dax is destroying Jay at the moment. Ref bump, right? Ref goes down. Oh shit, the ref is busted up. Right? Even the ref is bleeding. This match is so out of control.
I need to turn it down.
Even the ref is bloody.
Yeah, so I got dinner in the oven now.
What you eating?
Hot wings.
Hot wings.
Just gotta turn them over in like 15 minutes.
Excuse me. It's my nap time. 2:30, 3 o'clock. My normal nap time in the day. Need some sugar for that sugar rush to get me through the pay-per-view.
All jacked up on Mountain Dew.
There you go.
Yeah, I was planning on drinking tonight, but the idea of drinking and then having to do deadline by myself was
No, it's definitely not Audrey. It's two guys. I'm not totally sure. CM says ROH refs harder than some wrestlers. Right? It's not Bryce Remsburg. It's two guys that I'm not familiar with. At least not off the top of my head.
Yeah, ROH refs bleed more than Brock Lesnar in a hardcore match.
That's because they actually care. CM says she has a milkshake that's finally melted enough to drink.
Like when Mox was talking about that.
She says Baby Mariah is crashing, so I'll be on.
Oh, awesome. When Mox was talking about that, though, of how like Brock didn't want to do any spots, and so he
Yeah.
was like, "Fine, I'll do the spots."
Yeah.
And then it was like, "No, we can't do that either.
Yeah.
We can't have Brock be dropping you on to thumbtacks and shit."
Right?
And it's like, well, what the fuck? Why are we doing a hardcore match?
Right? What did we just see? Oh my god! Did you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit! That was insane.
Wild.
Is he dead?
How
Oh!
the fuck is
Jay Driver?
FTR coming in here and giving us another match of the year contender after they've already given us several?
Oh, and he kicked out!
Holy.
Holy
Well, I haven't
smokes.
gotten to the kick out yet, but
Oh, sorry.
1, 2, kick out.
Holy shit. I think it was do we have any has Dave given any AEW stars, any AEW matches 5 stars?
I think his highest starred match is a Osprey match this year.
No, I mean for but on AEW? Is that what you're talking about? You're talking about on AEW?
Well, I'd have to Google it, and if I Googled it, I'd lose the stream.
Okay. Yeah. I wonder what he because this right here looks like a 5-star match to me.
Mm-hmm.
7-star FTR comes through again. Damn, Jay's face is bloody as hell.
After this match, I think FTR is now my number 2 tag team of the year.
Yeah. With Acclaimed being the number one.
Number 3 now.
Yeah, Bucks.
No,
Who?
Usos.
Oh, okay. That's right. I remember now. You had the as your number one tag team.
Longest reigning WWE tag team champions.
Oh. Yeah, but let's be honest. Oh. They've never had a match like this. I mean, let's be honest. Like,
Uh, Closest would probably be them in New Day. Hell in a Cell.
yeah.
But yeah, that also didn't happen this year, so you got a point.
I mean, I like the Usos a lot. I think they suffer from a lack of quality tag teams in WWE. I think they suffer from being paired up with the same tag team way too often.
Them versus RK Bro, them versus the Street Profits. Like, they've had stellar matches this
Yeah,
year. More
they
so
have.
than Roman has.
They have. They definitely have. I just, I don't know. There's something about them that I love them to death. I don't know. I guess I need to see him. I don't know. I'm not sure what I need. Better competition, a stiffer competition. Like, I need to see him wrestle FTR. I need to see him wrestle the Briscoes. I need to see him wrestle the Lucha Brothers and the Young Bucks to get a real good idea for how good they really are. I mean, I just don't think the quality of tag teams in WWE beyond the Usos and the New Day, and even then, I mean, you know,
WWE can only have 5 great tag teams at a time.
yeah, and I'd argue they don't even have 5 great tag teams now. Like, they might have 2 in the New Day and the Usos. I mean, they have some
Street
other.
Profits,
Yeah, but are they great?
I
I
would
mean,
say
they're
they're
great.
great.
They're great because WWE only has 3 or 4 teams. I mean, if they had 10 teams, I don't know where they would be listed, right? I mean,
I would say the Street Profits are great.
yeah, I think for me the jury's still out. I think Montez Ford is amazing, and but I think the jury's still out a little bit on.
Dawkins is the hot tag.
Yeah, I mean, I like Dawkins. I really like Dawkins. I don't know.
I don't know if anybody's doing the hot tag better than him right now.
I need to see them again. I think I need to see them against a little bit better competition too.
Um, so number 4, I would. Hmm, who would be?
Ken says that was a great Sam Kennison yell. I think I missed it, but no one could quite yell like Sam Kennison. He's one that probably belongs somewhere in your list of, well, maybe not in your list, but in a list of top comedians. I mean, he has a particular style that not everybody cares for, but he's hysterical. I mean, you can't deny that he's funny.
I mean, WWE has the OC back, but like they just came back, and like
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
like they are for sure a great tag team,
yes,
but
yeah,
since they
Luke Gallows and Carl Anderson, I would consider a great tag team. I would consider a great tag team, no doubt.
but they also just came back, so like it's
Right,
too soon to like say that what they're doing is great. They are great. I can't say what they're doing is great.
right. So I don't know. This is a tough question here, Blue. They just lost the Ring of Honor titles to the Briscoes. I assume you're there, Sammy. You seen the end?
Hmm.
So I don't know. I'm not sure what FTR is doing. It's going to be interesting to see what's in the future for FTR. Blue says they took an L to the Acclaimed Wednesday and now this. Yep. Yeah. No, I mean, to be fair, you know, there's nothing wrong with losing to the Briscoes in this kind of a match. At least I don't think so. I mean, you know, you can debate whether they should have lost to the
There were
Acclaimed,
there was
but
outside stuff that happened that caused them to
yes,
lose that match.
no doubt, no doubt, no doubt. And you can debate whether FTR should have lost or not, but I don't think you can debate that it wasn't the right time to take the titles off of the Acclaim. The Acclaim just got them, so you can't have FTR win. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see now that they've taken two losses, two big losses back to back. Again, when you're considered the best tag team in the world, uh, you could probably take a couple losses and still be okay. I mean, especially when it's a loss like this one. Like in this match, no one comes out a loser, right? Like this match was everything I wanted it to be, everything I think everyone hoped it would be. I'm not mad that the Briscoes won. Um, I'm surprised, honestly, that the Briscoes won, as
You
I've
you,
been
for,
saying on
you
our,
forgot the
you know,
dim sum.
on our streams for a while now that I thought that FTR, if you're making a run at a TV contract for Ring of Honor, that FTR is a little bit safer. But I'm not mad with the Briscoes being champs, and the Briscoes are ROH for all intents and purposes. I mean, they're synonymous with Ring of Honor, so who better to, you know, represent Ring of Honor than the Briscoes?
You forgot the dim sum.
Sorry. Yeah, Dax and Cash are in the ring like almost like they're leaving or something. It's weird. I'm not sure. Oh shit. Oh, okay. Well, here we go. This is exactly what CM didn't want. CM didn't want to see the gun or the FTR versus the Ass Boys, and here we have the Ass Boys attacking FTR. What do you think of the Ass Boys?
Uh, I like them. They're good. They get heel heat.
Yeah.
They're talented in the ring.
Mhm.
Their legacies, like a match with them and the Acclaimed, is inevitable in the future.
I agree. I agree, and I'm in for it. I like it. I like them. I like them. I think they have a lot of the same personality that their dad has. They both have a lot of personality. They both
Hmm.
talk well. They both wrestle really well. I think they look the part. Yeah. I mean, Blue says he loves the Ass Boys. Yeah. I mean, I don't have anything bad to say about them at all. I like the Gun Club name better, but I'm not a huge fan of the name Ass Boys. But here we go.
Well, the thing is that they call themselves the Gun Club, but the fans call them the Ass
Right. Right. Right.
Boys.
Right. Right. Yeah. The Boosie Boys, the Boosie Brothers, the Bussy Brothers. Oh.
Which, like, Kurt Angle had that.
What?
He'd come out and they'd be like, "You suck."
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I
And
mean at first it was it was a because he was a heel and everybody hated him, and then it stuck afterwards, and now it's like his term of endearment, right? Like if he doesn't hear "you suck" when he comes out, like something's wrong. Like people love him because they can chant "you suck."
Billy has new sons now, better sons. Blacker and gayer than his own sons.
Blacker and gayer. Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how long the whole um, daddy ass acclaimed thing continues. I assume at some point when the Ass Boys Gun Club feud with the acclaimed again, that Billy's gonna make some sort of call and end up back with his kids, I would imagine. But who knows? Never know. You don't think so?
I don't think so.
No.
No. I think that his sons want to carve their own path.
Intentionally gay. All right.
Is that saying that Billy Gunn was unintentionally gay all those years?
Uh,
Didn't he have a wedding?
yeah, with
I
Chuck.
yeah.
Yeah,
Him and
Billy
Chuck got married.
He did. They're still married today. They never got divorced. I never saw a divorce.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I'm concerned, in kayfabe, they're still married.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of the worst storylines ever, dude. In all honesty.
Why can't a straight man be a gay icon?
Oh, there's so many things wrong with that. CM says, nah, Austin and Colton are intentionally gay. Oh, that's hysterical. We got Samoa Joe coming up next, it looks like. Joe versus Juice. This could be a sleeper match of the show too. Juice is really fucking good.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously we know Samoa Joe, so this was another one of them that I was really excited about.
I want to see more Juice Robinson, Jay White tag matches. Mostly for the fact that I can call them rock hard perverts.
Right? Nate says, I just want to see Joe murder him like Joe of old. Yeah, I mean, this Samoa Joe run is definitely the closest to the old Samoa Joe in Ring of Honor and early Impact that we've seen in a long time.
I said it last night. I'll say it again. Give Joe all the titles.
I'm in for Samoa Joe being the sole title holder of every Ring of Honor title, except maybe the women's title. But yeah, he should be the one man tag team champions. He should be the TV champion, the pure champion, the heavyweight champion.
Like, I'm down for it. And then he's TNT champion too.
And then he's TNT champion too. Yeah, Nate says that Joe versus Darby match. Yeah, that match was insane. Darby, I mean, Darby takes a beating like almost nobody else. I mean, I'm trying to think. I mean, there's a few guys in the history of wrestling that have sold as good as Darby, HBK, Ric Flair, maybe. I mean, but not many. I mean, you can probably count them on one or two hands. Darby is definitely one of the best sellers in wrestling ever. I mean,
so I would have Joe hold every title aside from the tag titles for AEW, the All Atlantic title, and the FTW title.
So you want him to be AEW champion, TNT champion, Ring of Honor champion, Ring of Honor television champion, Ring of Honor tag team champion, right?
And pure.
And pure champion.
Yes.
Like 6 belts, 7 belts?
Yeah. The last one he has to get is the one off of MaxiPad.
Yeah.
Which the promos for that.
right? Joe
Oh.
versus MJF promos would be insane. Ricochet comes close. He ragdolls like crazy. He does. Ricochet does take a good beating. He sells good too. Ricochet's amazing just in general.
Yeah, the only thing I dislike about Ricochet is his booking.
Yeah, no doubt. Joey Two Belts.
All right, turn my oven off.
I'm sorry, but Juice Robinson looks a lot like Trey Miguel right now, just in general. They look very similar at the moment with their, just in the face to me. They both look very similar. All right, let's go, Joe. Let's go, Joe. Let's go, Joe.
Think there's any chance this runs into deadline?
No. Nope. No, I think this will be over by 4, and then I think as long as you don't do, I mean, there's nothing to do on the WWE pre-show because there's no matches. So we should end this stream should end at 4, and then you'll get a break between 4 and 5, and then pick up the stream for Deadline at 5 when the pay-per-view starts. I mean, I think there's only this match and Claudio and Jericho left, right?
You sure there's not another match?
I'm trying to think. Who else? We already saw the FTR and the Briscoes. We saw Athena. So this will be the third title match. This will be the third title match, and then Jericho will be the fourth title match. What other? We saw Fox and Christian. We saw.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
I think these are the last 2 matches. So yeah, I think this will end at 4. Yeah, Nate says 45 minutes left for this and title match. Yeah, that's what I think. And then I think we'll get an hour break during the WWE pre-show that we don't need to cover, since there won't be any wrestling. Even if they are, WWE pre-show matches are terrible anyhow. So CM says it all depends on how petty Tony is. Right? He's just going to add a couple matches just so that it goes into Deadline. Come out after this one and announce 2 more matches just so that it stretches into Deadline.
Are you gonna watch the pre-show for Deadline, or are you gonna watch the Scrum?
Well, honestly, my son's coming at 4, so when this is over, I'm probably not gonna watch either. I'll probably go out and socialize with my son and my mom and eat some dinner, and then depending on when he leaves, if my guess is that if he comes at 4, he'll probably leave around 6:30 or 7. So I'll probably be able to come into Deadline towards the end, somewhere I think right around the last hour or so. But I just don't know yet. But no, I'll watch the media scrum later tonight after everything's done, after Deadline's over. I'll watch the AEW media scrum. I can't believe it's how amazing it is that the AEW media scrum has become must-see television. Like, right? It's a fucking damn press conference, but it's one of the most entertaining things on TV, or it's one of the most entertaining things AEW does now. Oh, that was nasty. Oh, Joe's head hit hard on my guardrail.
I stand by the best one was Switchblade.
Media scrum?
Mm-hmm.
To be honest with you, prior to the All Out, Brawl Out, CM Punk debacle, I hadn't watched a media scrum. That was the first one I watched, and I was like, I'll check this out because it caught my eye on YouTube, and I was like, oh, I'll check that out. And then it evolved into what it was, and now I won't not watch them. Now I can't turn away, but I hadn't seen one before that. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty sure I've seen them all. You should probably go back and watch the Switchblade interview that happened at uh,
Forbidden
Forbidden
Door.
Door.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Juice on the top rope.
Because like he gets to talking shit and everything,
Yeah,
but like because Jay White does it in a way to where it's not burying the entire company like CM Punk did,
right.
and also Jay White don't even go there, so it doesn't really even matter if he did bury the company because he doesn't work for Tony.
No doubt. CM says the look of "Don't touch me" from Jay White. I'm assuming Tony was putting his hand on him, like, "Hey, Jay," and Jay was looking at him like, "Don't fucking touch me." I could just picture it too. I love Jay White.
hmm
I wish he was on my television more. I mean, I know that he's, on in Wrestle Kingdom or not Wrestle Kingdom on NJPW a lot.
Saying stuff like coming back here. Well, I don't know. Like I'd like to come back, but like if this company can't get its shit together, I don't know.
Yeah,
Like fucking beautiful.
but yeah, I don't get to see enough of Jay White. I thought when he came in and did those couple little Impact stints earlier in the year that he was going to be around for a little while longer, but
I'm assuming Will Ospreay is the next world champion, but I could be wrong.
you're probably right. He's due to be
Because they got a
I
new booker now, right? It's there
that I
is
don't know. It's not Gato anymore.
I, if it's still Gato, it could go back to Okada.
Yeah, I mean, at some point they have to put the belt on Osprey. I mean, he's definitely deserving of it. I mean, he's
He's only
earned
got
it.
one run with it, and he got
Right.
injured.
Yeah, I mean, he's earned it. He's earned the right to have another run. I mean, he's arguably the best wrestler in the world. So I mean,
In ring.
right. Where did they say they fuck, they said it on his introduction. I want to say
New Zealand, isn't he?
no, I don't think so. No, he's from America somewhere. I want to say they said
I'm pretty
Chicago
sure he's
maybe.
from New Zealand.
Let's see.
I could be wrong though. I know Jay White is from New Zealand.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I think Juice Robinson's American. I think he's from Chicago or something.
He's dating Tony Storm. I can also tell you that.
Yeah, I knew that. Let's see. Yeah, Joliet, Illinois. So not Chicago, Joliet. I knew it
Huh?
was Illinois. Yep, they introduced him as from Joliet, Illinois. I remember now.
I didn't
So,
know he was American. Huh.
yep. So Juice Robinson is from Illinois. Florida man vibes. Do they? Do who what?
Oh, they're married?
Yeah, CM says they're married.
Huh.
Yep.
I'm assuming she makes more money than he does.
Oh, I don't know if that's true, but that's fucking hysterical. The Florida of Illinois.
Yeah, I don't go to the east side. I go to St. Louis and I stop. I don't cross that river.
Oh, I think she's talking about Will Osprey. She said, "Do they?" Like, because I said they have to give him a run, and she said, "Do they?" And now she says, "Have to give him a little run." Well, I thought you liked Osprey, CM. Did I miss something? Does she not like Osprey? I thought you liked Osprey.
We'll wait to hear him.
Oh, that's
I
a big
mean,
spine buster.
if they wanted to make Jay White the longest reigning NJPW champion, like I'm down. Actually, he might already be. He might already be the longest reigning.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look that up. I'm not that familiar with. I mean, he's held it already longer than Okada's held it in any of his reigns. I mean,
I
I
mean,
don't
because the belt's only been around like 3 years.
really.
Uh, yeah. So we had Kota Ibushi, and then it was Osprey, I believe,
Okay,
and then Osprey got injured, and then it was Shingo,
right.
Shingo to Okada, and then Okada to Jay White.
Yeah, like I said, I haven't been watching NGP that long or NGPW that long, so I don't not overly familiar with the history. I didn't realize the title was that new.
So they took the IWGP Heavyweight Championship and the IWGP Intercontinental Championship, and they combined them with Kota Ibushi and turned it into the IWGP World Heavyweight Champion.
Okay, and that belt's only 3 years old.
Yeah,
Okay,
they combined the two titles and made it
okay.
into one title.
Blue says all this kid wants to eat is ribs, spicy sausage, and corn on the cob. My little barbecue baby. Hey, is it good with good taste? I'm
Like
in for all those things.
in the peak era of New Japan, you had IWGP champion Kazuchika Okada,
Right.
or you know, but for Intercontinental champion, you had Shinsuke Nakamura.
Tanahashi held it for a while at one point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like during that era, like the Intercontinental title was more important than the IWGP Heavyweight title.
Shinsuke was more over than Okada.
So it made sense that eventually you'd combine the two.
Yeah, I just didn't realize that. Like I said, I haven't been watching New Japan enough to know enough about all the history, so I didn't know that they had been unified like that. And when you said the title's only been around 3 years, I thought, well, wait a second. NJPW's been around for a long time. They've had to have had a
Mm-hmm.
title a lot longer than 3 years. Like, you can't tell me they've only had that title for 3 years, but now it makes sense.
It might be 2.5. Think about it. It might be 2.5. I can't quite remember when Ibushi. Oh, oh.
Oh, Muscle Buster time. Here we go, Muscle Buster. This is one of my favorite finishers. It might be my favorite finisher.
It wasn't 2021, was it? Shoot, it might have been 2021.
I don't know. I've been watching New Japan longer than that, and I don't remember it. So,
Like I think it was like spring of 2021 when they combined the titles. I'm thinking.
just a little over a year and a half ago.
I maybe.
Interesting. I bet you can Google it. Well, you can't because you're on your phone, but let's see if I can Google it. When did NJPW unify titles? Okay, that's not the right one. What it first gave me is the Inoki Federation version of the IWGP Heavyweight Championship was unified with the NJPW version of the IWGP Heavyweight Championship when NJPW's IWGP Heavyweight Champion Shinsuke defeated IGF's IWGP Heavyweight Champion Kurt Angle in 2008.
What you need to look is IWGP World Heavyweight Championship.
Okay. IWGP World Heavyweight Title. IWGP GP World Heavyweight Championship. Here we go. Established, March 1, 2021.
Mhm.
So there you go.
And is Jay the longest reigning?
That's a good question. Let's see. Joe got the win over Juice. I don't think anyone doubted that, but honestly, I thought that match would go a little bit longer and be a little bit better. I'm kind of surprised it kind of went a little quick, but I guess they have to leave time for the whatchamacallit. Let's see. Title reigns. Let's see. Reigns. Ibushi had it for 31 days. Osprey had it for 46 days. Shingo had it for
Like half a
200,
year.
211 days. Because Okada had it for 159 days, and Jay White has now had it for 179 days. So Jay White's the second longest right now, just a little behind Shingo. Shingo's had it 211 days, had it 211, and Jay's it says 179 plus. So I'm not sure why they wouldn't just say 180 or 181, but I'm not sure what 179 plus is, but
I would prefer Jay White to become the longest reigning champion before losing the title.
Sorry, fucking Blues comment. They got that title after Cody got that neck tattoo. They saw it and said, "I've got an idea for a new belt."
My favorite though has to be the hose title.
The hose title, yeah. Oh
Mhm.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
They quickly changed that.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Yeah,
no doubt.
But when they first debuted that title, oh man, I was like, once you saw it, you couldn't unsee it.
Yeah. I will argue, and I know people don't. A lot of people disagree with me. I will argue that Cody's flag tattoo might be the worst tattoo I've ever seen in my life. I know a lot of people don't agree with that.
I've seen some really bad ones.
I've seen some really bad tattoos too, but that one's terrible. I mean, it's not terrible in its artwork. It's just terrible in just what it is, its theme, and the way it's put together. It just. Let's see. Redo says Tony Khan sucks with laying out match lengths. Sometimes it feels like they rush because they're low on time. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, they should have. Joe and Juice should have had more time. That felt like a rushed match, which is a little disappointing because again, that was one of the matches I was really looking forward to. I think it was a good match, but it lasted 10 minutes, 11 minutes.
Oh, there was this one tattoo I saw. It's a man mowing a lawn, and it was on the top of a guy's head.
Nice. CM says bad placement. Not necessarily a bad tattoo, but bad placement. So the first tattoo I ever got was in a tattoo shop, and the guy that gave it to me was wearing shorts, and I was like, "What's going on in your leg?" Because he had like a tattoo on his leg, and he showed me on the outside of his leg it was a dog, a silhouette of a dog, and on the other side it was the dog's dick coming out of the backside of his leg, like the dog was humping his leg. It was the fucking weirdest thing I'd ever seen in my life, dude. It was really fucking bizarre. Yeah. I was like, all right then.
Why?
Right? Yeah, I don't know. Some people have weird taste. Some people have very weird taste. So Daniel Garcia's name is Red Death? I hadn't heard that before. Interesting.
Yeah.
I guess I never quite caught that.
All right. Well, my food was done 15 minutes ago. I'm going to go grab it.
All right. It sounds like your cat wants some hot wings. God, I hope Jericho doesn't win. I mean, even though I'm not for it, I guess I can see the storyline potential with Claudio being a part of the JAS, but I just don't want that. I really, really don't want that. And I really am ready for Jericho to take a long break. Like, I'm kind of tired of watching Jericho, especially watching Jericho be the dominant Chris Jericho. Like, you are so wrong, Blue, but it is so true. Blue says Jericho looks like a divorced white woman trying to get her groove back.
That groove ain't coming back.
Oh.
Am I wrong?
Jericho is on Mount Rushmore. Oh my God, the disrespect. Redo. That's a valid statement. I mean, a lot of people. It can be debated, but Jericho has had longevity. He's been the head of. He's been the main face of at least two major companies, and now he's basically the face of Ring of Honor for all intents and purposes at the moment. So yeah, I mean, I don't.
Would you
I'm
have
not a
him
big
above The
Chris
Rock?
Jericho fan. I'm not a big Chris Jericho fan, but I can recognize greatness, and he's definitely great. He's probably been the greatest at reinventing himself and still getting over. I mean, he's done it. I can't even imagine. I can't even count how many times. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. He's not on my Mount Rushmore, just because there's so many really good guys, but I
Would
think
you
there's a
have him
viable
above The Rock?
argument for that. What?
Would you have him above The Rock?
Do I have Jericho above The Rock? No, I don't. I personally don't. But well, okay. So let me rephrase that. I, if we're talking about favorite wrestlers, then definitely not. If we're talking about great
I'm
wrestlers, like fuck. I mean, The Rock was limited. I'm not gonna lie. Like Jericho's probably a better in ring worker than The Rock. Um, he's
I'd probably have I'd probably have him on par with Triple H,
who
Chris
The Ro-
Jericho.
Chris Jericho. Yeah, see, I see The Rock and Triple H a little bit closer, just because I think they're both fairly limited in move sets, and neither of them was like the most athletic wrestlers. Not that Jericho's overly athletic, but in his prime, I think he was more athletic. Um, I don't know. It's tough. Like I mean, The Rock is a pretty. I mean, don't get me wrong. The Rock's a hell of an athlete, but I just in the ring, like sometimes he didn't always look that fluid. And I'm a huge Rock fan. He might be my favorite of all time. Him and HBK, it's definitely a contest. Well, him and Cena and HBK. I don't know who's
Well,
one, two, or three, but
another thing to keep in mind is that like The Rock had what, like 5 years in the industry?
yeah. Like CM says, considering what Mount Rushmore is, Jericho's right up there next to Hogan. Sure, absolutely. If we're
Ric
talking
Flair.
about right, yeah, we're talking about Mount Rushmore being the the figureheads of racism. Sure.
All right. My Mount Rushmore. I'm gonna go Bruno, Andre, Ric Flair, and Antonio Inoki. Hulk
And is
Hogan
that
doesn't make the cut.
now is that your favorite, or is that you think the four greatest wrestlers of all time ever in the history of wrestling?
Yeah,
Interesting. Well, some of those guys I can't comment on because I haven't seen enough. Um,
not necessarily their ability, but like what they did for the industry. And
yeah, but to be fair, like I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think it's tough because like Anoki and Bruno were both guys at a time when like wrestling was really in its infancy in many respects. I mean, and
hmm
still getting its cutting its especially Inoki in Japan. So like it's come a long way. I mean, yeah, his impact was big because he was kind of the first guy to really do it. But like,
no, no.
what do you mean no?
You had Ricky Dozen, you had Giant Baba.
Yeah, but on the level that he did it, and to be as famous, like I don't know. I mean, it's tough. I mean, I think if we're talking about greatest of all time, I mean, God, that's tough. I mean, it's I don't know. I don't think I can come up with a Mount Rushmore. I don't think I can do that. I mean, it's too. I,
Luthez is also really high up there.
yeah, I mean, again, you're talking about all the guys that paved the way.
Mm-hmm.
For sure, which is extremely important. I mean, I'd be interested to see, and maybe they would. I mean, I don't, I'd be interested to see Luthez wrestle Claudio Castagnoli or Chris Jericho or Brian Danielson. I mean, to see. I mean, I don't know how Bruno would interact with HBK or Ricky Starks. I mean, I don't. That would be interesting to see, or even an Antonio Inoki with some of the new, wrestlers in Japan or even in America. So I mean, I'm sure they obviously it'd still be great wrestlers, no doubt about it. But I just, um,
I don't think wrestling would have taken off if it wasn't for Andre, though.
yeah, I mean, I don't, I mean,
He was an attraction. He got people to come and see, and like if that didn't happen, Hulkamania wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Andre the Giant.
ooh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I agree with that. I
I
mean,
don't think WWF would have been as big as it was without Andre the Giant.
I mean,
You take
I definitely think that Andre was a unique spectacle to watch, and being that WWE had him, it made them more interesting. But I Hogan was the backbone of WWE and wrestling in the 80s. I mean, even Andre was, in my opinion, smaller in WWE and in the world than Hogan was as far as, notoriety and fame and being over. And I mean, whether we, at that time, nobody, I guess, knew what Hogan was, but when Hogan was over in the 80s, he was it. I mean, in my opinion, I mean, there was nobody bigger. When his, I mean, you might have liked Piper better. You
hmm
might have liked other guys better. You might have liked the Ultimate Warrior better. You might have liked whatever, but like Hulk Hogan was the biggest thing in wrestling for a long time, and he was the most over guy for a long time. I mean, he got pops like nobody got pops in the day. I mean, it just is what it is. You know what I mean? Um, but yeah, I mean, I agree with this to a certain extent. I mean, Redo says wrestling was dying until Hogan ran wild. I don't know if it was dying, but he definitely took it into the mainstream, no doubt. I mean, I think that Andre and Hogan make each other. I don't think you get probably don't get one without the other. I mean, I think you have to have them both, honestly, to get what you got. Um,
I mean, there was that entire area. I think the things like you had Ric Flair
yep,
and you had Andre. Aside from them, like Dusty Rhodes,
yep.
but like
I mean, in the territories, you had a lot of guys. You had Harley Race, you had Jerry Lawler. I mean, a lot of guys that were in their own territories. The Von Erichs. I mean, back in those days, doing their thing. I mean, but it wasn't until Hogan really, well, I guess it wasn't until Vince really, whatever, but killed the territories.
mhm.
But I mean, Hogan was like the first big cross multinational star. I mean, I don't like
I
before
think
WrestleMania 1, you only got to watch their local wrestling. Like
mhm,
before it became WWF on TV where everyone could see it and Hulk Hogan was a champion, you only saw the wrestling in your area. They
mhm.
didn't have national wrestling. I mean, Hulk Hogan was national wrestling when it broke out. I mean, he brought it to the national stage. I mean, at least in my opinion. And I think he brought a whole new generation of fans to wrestling. I mean, at
Mhm.
the time, I mean, everybody was eating their vitamins and saying their prayers, right? Like, I mean,
But he was afforded that opportunity because of McMahon, and McMahon was afforded that opportunity because of Andre the Giant.
I mean, maybe. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know.
Andre was the biggest name. He was the biggest draw. He was the biggest wrestler, literally,
Yeah,
and he hitched his horse to McMahon's wagon and carried him forward to becoming the number one company.
maybe. Yeah, I mean, again, the reality is nothing happens in a vacuum, right? Like, so Hogan doesn't get over on his own. Hogan doesn't get over without the platform that Vince provides for him and the help of Andre being his counter foe. Andre doesn't get over with the platform that Vince doesn't provide for him ultimately. And I mean, even if he was well known, he needed that notoriety and those matches with Hogan and all that stuff to build up
Well,
all of
I'd
his,
say Andre was the biggest name wrestler, the number one talent in the world at that time.
right. Yeah, no, you're right. He was definitely
And
the biggest. Yeah, I mean, he was
and
roaming the
Andre
territories easily.
chose Vince. Andre
Yeah,
could have went anywhere.
sure. Sure, but he also chose Vince because Vince had the infrastructure or was creating the infrastructure, and Andre saw
Creating.
what was going on. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
WrestleMania
So,
1 hadn't happened yet.
right, you're right. Reedy wants to know where we rank Undertaker.
I mean, as a character, he would be top 10, I suppose. As a good hand, definite top 5.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about
But like in ring
WW,
ability, if we're asking about that,
yeah, I mean, this again is one of those questions where, like, yeah, if you start breaking it down, like his in ring ability, he was pretty limited in his move set. He's not overly athletic. He's fairly clunky a lot of times. And his matches a lot of times were very quick and not, I wouldn't say that he always had. I wouldn't say a lot of his matches were long, extended, cardio type things. A lot of matches were short, to the point. Tombstones, let's get him over with. Um, but you can't deny his draw power or the impact that he had
he was
on
reliable.
WWE. He was very extremely reliable, extremely over. I mean, he's probably one of the more popular wrestlers of all time. I mean, people love The Undertaker. Anybody that's a wrestling fan knows who The Undertaker is and probably loves him. I personally don't know anybody that doesn't like The Undertaker. I mean, I've never
Yeah,
met anybody that doesn't like The Undertaker.
I remember in middle school, kids asking me who the scary man on my T-shirt was.
Yeah, so in that regard, I mean, at the same time, you know, I know that he has the streak for WrestleMania, but a lot of those matches were terrible. I mean, he's had a
I got red
lot
right
of
here. Hold on.
bad matches in his career. Um, so I don't know. He's a tough one to rank. In my favorite, if I'm naming him if I'm doing a favorites list, he's probably somewhere in my top 15 favorite wrestlers. Um, if I'm doing an all-time greatest wrestlers list, he's probably in the top 20, somewhere there. I don't know where, but now I think you're trolling. Read you. There's no way Suburban Commando is the best movie of all time. With all due respect, Hulk Hogan is a horrible actor. And I'd argue that No Holds Barred was better than Suburban Commando.
I remember that there was a Hulk Hogan movie where he's riding a motorcycle and somebody throws a dog into the river in the background.
I'm pretty sure that's Urban Commando.
And then wasn't there also one where he was like from another planet or something?
Yeah, I don't remember the name of that one. But and then there was No Holds Barred where he fought Zeus.
Yeah, I didn't watch that one.
CM
That one
says,
looks
used to love
stupid.
Taker. Hogan has always been overrated. Yeah, I mean, that is your opinion for sure. For sure. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, he definitely had folks convinced he wasn't racist for years. I mean, obviously, I mean, like I said, that was before we knew anything about the guy, but before you knew anything about him, I mean, he was over. I mean, he might have been overrated, but fans loved him, and I mean, crowds absolutely loved him. There's still to this day, in many respects, there's nothing quite like Hulkamania. I mean, there just isn't. I mean, I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah,
I mean, you had Stone Cold.
which is probably the closest thing.
I think it's the only thing that surpassed,
Yeah.
but was shorter lived than Hulkamania was,
Yes. No doubt.
but had reached higher heights.
It probably did, just because I think by that time wrestling had become more mainstream to a certain extent. When Hogan was doing it in the 80s, wrestling was very fringe and very, it wasn't, even with WrestleMania 1 and the beginning of WrestleMania and all that stuff, like, it was still very fringe and not, I mean, there wasn't the crowd, there wasn't the audience that there is now, or even when Stone Cold was doing it. I mean, Jericho's chest is nasty red. All right, let's go, Claudio. Oh, here comes Daddy Magic 2.0. Oh, Jesus, here we go. Jericho with the bat. Motherfucker. God damn it. Here we go. Oh. Jericho's going to cheat to win again. Come on, Claudio, kick out. One. There we go. Big kick out. If they don't put the belt on Claudio now, I don't know what they're going to do with the Ring of Honor Championship in Jericho. I'm not sure where they go from here.
I would have been quite upset if that was the end.
I agree. Redo says, while I respect Claudio, he would be a boring champion. I don't know if I believe that. I mean, he definitely doesn't have, like, he's not, the most charismatic, but
Yeah, he's not Le Champion.
No, he's definitely not, he's,
He's
but,
not the Ocho.
No, he's not. He's not, he's not MJF. He's not,
He's not the Painmaker.
Nope. He's definitely not, he doesn't have that personality or that charisma necessarily oozing out of him, but I think he's
he's not Y2J.
He's got enough personality, I think.
I could go on like this for a while.
Right? He's not the demo god.
Oh man. The Golden Lion.
The Golden Lion. He's not selling tickets. Yeah, I mean, I don't. I think he's talking about Claudio, but yes, it's funny in the fact that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess time will tell to a certain extent. We'll see. I think he's a little underrated. I mean, he could have more personality, but I like him.
Why do they have so much trouble with counting?
Right?
It's freaking counting. Like,
it's freaking counting.
We learn it when we're 3. Come on.
I still have Joe versus Juice on the fucking. Oh,
seriously? That's the first time that's ever happened, right?
I think so. I believe so. Did Chris tap out? Is that what happened?
Mm-hmm.
I looked away for a second, and then I looked back, and they were announcing Claudio. So Chris physically tapped out during the big spin, huh?
Yeah, during the swing.
The big swing. Interesting.
I don't think anybody's tapped from that before.
I don't think I've seen that. CM is extremely happy. Yes.
Oh yeah,
finally.
Blue mentioned it as well.
Yeah, Blue did mention it. Well, I've never seen this move on a match before. Yeah, I don't think it's ever been used as a finisher before. Well, the Blackpool Combat Club stands tall tonight. 2 belts. I wonder if that means that they're going to stick around. I've been debating in my head, what's going to happen with the Blackpool Combat Club, and I think this probably solidifies that they stick around.
Mm-hmm.
Why is Jerry Lynn in the ring?
Jerry.
All right, so um, let's go ahead and give like a match of the night and an MVP and an LVP and wrap up this stream so that you can get a little bit of a break before you got to come back for deadline. So what would you rate this out of 10? The show itself.
8.9.
Yeah, 9 might be a little high for me.
Just like a hair below a 9.
Yeah, I think it's a
8.9.
solid 8. I mean, the only issue that I have with it is that I thought a couple matches were a little too short. For what it's, I mean, I know that this match had basically 30 minutes, but this match felt short. Claudio and Jericho felt kind of anticlimactic for the main event for the title. But then it also had the Briscoes and FTR, which was amazing. So, like, I think it's a solid 8.
It's not a 9, but it's pretty damn close to a 9.
What's your match of the night?
I'll say it. I'll say it. The double doggy style.
The double doggy style. Redo. Claudio won. Jericho tapped out in the big swing, which like we were saying, we don't think we've ever seen before. So, yeah. Thanks, Ken. Yeah, we glad you loved the stream. Thanks for coming in. Glad you're here, and please join us again.
Hour.
Back in an hour. That's right. Join us for Deadline back in an hour, and join us on Tuesday nights for the cookout, and Friday nights for Rampage Watch Along. Blue says 7 out of 10 for me. They fucked up putting Willow on the pre-show. That should have been the main event. I don't know about that, but yeah, I'll give it a solid 8. I'm sorry, you said your match of the night was Briscoe's the double doggy match? Yeah, I'm going to give that match that was definitely the best match of the night too.
Match of the year contender, top 5.
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, solidly. What about MVP for the show?
I'm going to give it to Yuta.
Wheeler Yuta for winning. Yeah, I'm going to give it to Claudio for finally getting over Jericho, getting over that hurdle, winning the RoH title. LVP, I'm going to give it to Tony Khan because I still think the show was booked kind of shitty. Some of the placement of stuff was bad, and some of the time on some of the matches was not good enough. I mean, it's probably a cop out. You could always give it you could probably always give LVP to Tony Khan in some way, shape, or form. But
Mike. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna give it to Mike.
Good stream, guys. I'll be back. Enjoy Deadline. I'll be back for sure.
Who's your LVP?
Like I just said, probably Tony Khan just for booking what I think is.
Oh yeah.
Here we go.
I've just gone to blocking out when people say Tony Khan because it was
right. No, I mean it's probably. I mean, Blue says the referee that got busted open is his MVP.
Oh yeah.
LVP Blue says is the guy who took Keith Lee's finisher because I think he's dead now. Yeah, I mean,
well, like I'm still freaking out about that pile driver that Keith Lee got. Like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh, crazy.
No, I think it's tough. I mean, I don't think there was. I mean, that's why I kind of went with Tony Khan because I'm having a hard time putting my finger on an LVP. I don't think there was anything bad. Like anyone that stood out as really being bad on this show. I mean, I don't. There were some matches that weren't as good as others, but mostly that was a time thing. Like Joe and Juice, I thought needed more time. I still think Claudio and Jericho could have had a little more time.
I feel like they could have gone another like 3 minutes.
Yeah, but barring that, I mean, there wasn't anything on this card that stood out to me as being, wow, that was really bad, or that was like the worst match of the night, or any of that. I mean, I thought it was overall it was a really good show.
Mm-hmm.
So, All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and sign off for now. We will be back in an hour. Sammy will be back in an
Well,
hour.
yeah, I'll be back, and CM should be showing up, hopefully.
Yeah. Yep. CM should be, yes. And Nico won't be here, and I won't be here in the beginning, but I'll try to come in
You'll
towards the end.
for like the last 3 matches, you might show up.
I hope so. Yeah, I hope I come in around 7 or so, 7 my time. So hopefully for the last hour I'll be here. But Sammy will be back in an hour um, for Deadline Watch Along. Thanks everyone for joining us. We appreciate all the new people that joined us today. And please join us always on Tuesday nights, 7:30 p.m. Pacific time, 10:30 p.m. Eastern time for the Cookout podcast. Join us on Friday nights at 7 p.m. for our Rampage watch along. We also have a show called Under the Radar that is a pre-recorded show that comes out on Sundays at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, in which we talk about dark television, MLW, Impact, and BTE. So some of those smaller, less watched shows, but as we call them, nonetheless important. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe. Hit that notification button so you can be updated when we drop all of our new content. And as always, thanks for joining us. So hope to see you back here in an hour for Deadline. And yeah, see you then. Peace.